Just having some fun here this morning. Uh, Obviously, this last week, Jennifer, myself, Millie will be in shortly. Um, we've been kind of exposing a lot of what happened in 2020 and came across that document from Millie's investigation in the Sunrise Zoom calls back in 2020, a document called The Count. And basically it basically laid out exactly what they were going to do, gave the timelines of how they were going to do it, and completely take the election in 2020. And we had a space about it a couple of days ago. Highly recommend going and listen to that space. And we're going to kind of touch on a little bit of that stuff today. The reason I'm talking about the Transition Integrity Project, Jen, and Millie will be here in a minute, I'm sure, is because we've been sitting on this and we were going to kind of drip it out and have another space about it. And then this morning, I saw Raheem Kassam was on War Room yesterday talking about it. And I'm like, oh man. So then, we were like, okay, well, we're going to put this document out now. And then I go to see what Bongino's talking about this morning, and he's talking about it too. So I don't know if it's in the ether. I don't know what's going on, but we got a lot more stuff that came out of those Sunrise Zoom calls and that whole group. So we're going to be releasing that stuff. Probably over the next year. So, Jen, welcome. Hi, good to see you.
Hey, Josh, thanks for having me.
Let's go. Let me see where Millie's at. Tiffany's on her way, or Savvy's on her way too. Copy link. I was just talking to Millie. Millie put out the tweet. So I'll go grab her tweet instead of putting it out myself. So you guys can all view the document down in the chat. And
are we going to have problems with that document? Because I kind of noticed it was doing the same thing that was happening with the count document.
I don't think so, because it's on Document Cloud. So I don't think it's going to be the same as when we were messing with the count and everything else. But what is weird about it, though, is that I just saw her put out the tweet and I went to her page to grab it, and it's not showing up on her timeline, only in replies. Very, very bizarre. Millie's
I
here.
just retweeted it too.
Okay, I'm going to put it down in the chat. I'm also going to go grab Millie's The Count. I had attached it to the original space scheduled, and then we'll kind of go from there. Millie, I just sent you the co-host invite, so let me go grab The Count as well. Those of you guys have not seen this document, we've been putting out screenshots. There's people starting to pick up on it finally, which is great. I'm happy to see it because basically these tabletop exercises that was the Transition Integrity Project, that document, The Count, was born from this, because you can see it. If you read it, you can see it. That's why I'm bringing it up. So I'm going to put it down there. So down below, you'll see Millie's tweet that has a link to this document we're going to go over today, the Transition Integrity Project. And then also there is a link underneath that in a thread to The Count, the PDF. So you can go to the American Mission Substack. There is a link where you can actually download the document, The Count. I'm really hoping more people will be reporting on this as they see it. But right now we're just waiting for everybody to kind of get in here, and we'll get started. But Millie, good to see you.
Good to see you.
I was just talking, Millie, how we've been kind of sitting on this document as we've been going through all the other stuff, kind of waiting to see when we were going to put this out. And then I saw Raheem Kassam tweet out yesterday. I guess I saw it this morning that he was on Bannon's show and they kind of touched on the TIP. I was like, it's out in the ether now. And then Dan Bongino this morning is reporting on it on his podcast. I'm like,
well, I find it really interesting because this is stuff I released the Sunrise docs that were up archived on a site I had called sunriseexposed.com. I released a lot of this stuff in October of 2020, and even Bannon had touched on the Sunrise Zoom calls and the information I had, and he said Millie has the receipts, right? And now, they're suddenly, it almost feels like trying to get out ahead of us talking about this stuff. But I feel like the Sunrise Zoom calls were way underreported. None of these people talked about any of this for the longest time. And suddenly they are, which is very interesting now that it's actually people are starting to actually read it and go through it and dissect it, analyze it. And so, I do find that pretty interesting. Kind of feels like I'm getting scooped. Kind of feels like they're trying to get out in front of it to control it. But I think the important part is, we just have to go over these documents and educate the public and the people just need to share the documents amongst each other so we can all know the truth. We actually have to share it. So I put it up here. The tweet that I put up in the nest right now, please everyone retweet that tweet. We need to share this. It has the link to the document itself. That way, you guys can, read along as we go through this space. But also, this document is very crucial. I mean, these are the people that plotted to subvert President Trump way ahead of the election, right? They ran simulation exercises for different scenarios. You had people in intelligence agencies, high in government, governors, even Republican politicians and governors participated in this simulation exercise so they could map out using data and analytics exactly how to get away with making sure that Trump was not going to be president. That was their bottom line objective, was to ensure a Biden victory. Although they do say, like, they'll kind of try to put things in the under the guise of, oh, we're doing this to protect democracy, to protect free and fair elections, to protect the integrity. But all the while, they're working with radical leftist foot soldiers and communists, pretty much calling themselves comrades, saying in solidarity at the end of their messages to each other, that were working to actively subvert our government and various government agencies and departments. So there's so much here. There really is a big conspiracy to push a communist progressive agenda, as well as to undermine Trump, to subvert him, and to enact in treason against him. I mean, it's pretty much
100%, Millie. I mean, you and I have been talking about, we've been kind of going through a lot of this stuff, and it is crystal clear what the goals were, and the goals are, right? You can see it. I mean, I don't want to say too much more because we're going to be coming out with more information on this, but just what we saw yesterday about organizing, if you remember, wink, wink, nudge, nudge, it's pretty clear that they have plans for infiltration at every level of the government, in every bureaucracy, every office. And it wasn't just this election. It wasn't just January 6th, which the count, we believe, from looking at it, just from reading their own words, were behind a lot of what happened on January 6th in that
Yeah, and
document.
if you look at the two documents side by side, what you kind of get out of it is that the election integrity partnership or program, the transition integrity
Transition.
the
Yeah.
transition integrity project, they were more like the brains behind a lot of this. Like, they did the simulation exercises, they were working with a lot of high level people in government to do these exercises. But then the account almost reads as like the letter to the foot soldiers, the letter to the rioters, the heads of Shutdown DC, BLM, these Antifa organizations. So it really kind of gives you the understanding that this was a all out cooperative effort to undermine President Trump and to prevent him from taking the White House.
Absolutely. And guys, thanks for coming in. Those of you that retweeted the space, greatly appreciate it. We're kind of giving you guys just a high level overview of what is to come over the next year, what we're going to be talking about. Number one, this is part 2 of the series of spaces that Millie, myself, and Jen, and many people we're going to be doing on all of these documents that are out there. So, but I believe that it's really, 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 really important for people to see these 2 documents first. The count is unbelievable, especially when you think in the context of everything that we know in retrospect about January 6th now. It is mind-blowing. And then now the Transition Integrity Project. But I really believe that we've got to start talking about this now, because I'm seeing an escalation in rhetoric. I'm seeing an escalation in influence operations, trying to get people spun up again, trying to get them angry. They want them in the streets fighting. A lot of these documents, especially the count, really demonstrates and meticulously lays out the call to action and violence in the street, to the point, like on page 35 of the count, where it says it doesn't just say that, oh, we're going to democratically stop an alternate slate of electors from being presented and a hearing of the evidence and information in Congress. No, we're physically going to shut that down. I'll read it word for word. This is page 35 of the count. Democrats in Congress must use every constitutional, procedural, and political means necessary to delegitimize Trump's attempt to usurp the presidency, up to and including voting in unison against any Republican effort to count Trump's electoral college votes, ordering the Sergeant of Arms to remove Republicans from the House chamber, boycotting the electoral college count, and staging protests inside the Capitol to make it physically impossible for Congress to meet. Now, keep in mind, this document was, I think, Millie, you said October 14th of 2020 is when they released this. And the date on this transition integrity project is August 3rd of 2020. So to your point, this was born out of the think tank out of LA, the Bergeron group with Niles Gilman and Rosa Brooks, and many other people were involved in this. Norm Eisen's probably got his hand all over this, Mark Elias, all these people. But essentially, they launched it in December 2019. So this is the brains behind the action that is the count, if that makes sense, guys.
Right. So yeah, exactly. This was like a collaborative thing where they all, and even if you notice, like in the count, they actually quote the transition integrity project. So I mean, they were definitely in coordination, in cooperation, and it even talks about how some of the names for the transition integrity project are still unknown to this day. But what it does say in the document is that they were working with like campaign staffer, like campaign officials and different people of that type of background, as well as other like government people high in government, intelligence, politicians, etc. But they say they're working with people in campaigns, and then you see the people who actually authored the count were campaign officials for the Democrats. I mean, they ran Bernie's campaign, they ran Beto O'Rourke's campaign. They've worked as some of them have worked as interns for various Congress members that are Democrats. So these are people who had a lot of knowledge that wrote this document. It makes you wonder. I mean, we really actually have to get to the bottom of who these people were. And so I think this is why Congress absolutely needs to open a proper investigation into um, the various elements inside both the Sunrise Movement, but the Transition Integrity Project, and they need to figure out who these people, who all of their names are. We do have some of their names, but they need to know exactly who all of their names are. Go ahead, Jen.
Yeah, so I just pulled up my notes that I had from like a really long time ago, and I realized I have a whole section on the Transition Integrity Project. And do you mind if I just read a tiny bit, Trash, just to kind of like introduce who they are?
Yeah,
Is that okay?
100%. And then here's what I'm going to do, Jen. So yeah, that's great. I'm glad you found your notes. Let's do that. And then I am going to play Dan Bongino's clip from this morning because I like what he has to say on it. It's a good take. It's about 2 or 3 minutes. But after you're done there, and then we can get into the document. So Jen, yeah, go for it.
Thanks, Josh. Appreciate you. Okay, so Transition Integrity Project was a collaboration between establishment Democrats and anti-Trump Republicans. They convened war games, exercises suggesting a likelihood of a contested election scenario, and ensuing chaos should President Trump refuse to leave the office. So its founder was TPI's Rosa Brooks. She's a longtime close associate of George Soros and the Open Societies Foundation. Special counsel to the president at George Soros Open Societies Foundation and a board member of the Open Societies Foundation. And hold on. So Revolver News Trash has a great story on it. It's the Transition Integrity Project. Is this Soros linked group plotting a color revolution against President Trump? I can send you that link. Notable participants in the Transition Integrity Project include Norm Eisen, thank you, who is on the board. Bill Kristol, never Trumper. He was part of the whole Russiagate. David Firm. I didn't go into too much detail on that, but that's kind of like what I have so far.
Yeah, David
What I'm
from
seeing.
establishment mouthpiece for sure. So yeah, that's I'm glad you noted that too, because that actually leads perfectly right into a little Bongino clip. So if you guys could retweet the space, if we have a lot of requests, Just know that we kind of do these spaces a little bit different because typically if we have too many speakers up and the conversation goes a million directions and we can never cover the content. So what we try to do is go through the content, make some connections for folks, kind of show where this all fits in and the other stuff that we've worked on, and then bring people up for comments and questions and whatever after that. So everybody get your popcorn ready. I think this would be a good time to take about 5 minutes and let Dan, because this is so weird, Millie. Remember we were talking about this, Jen, we were talking about doing a space on this. And like you said, it's hard to think that they're not scooping us, but whatever, it's fine. I mean, obviously Darren Beatty and Revolver's been reporting on this, so I'm completely okay with everybody. I just want to get it back out in the ethos because I have a feeling that EIP shut this down in 2020 and nobody saw it.
Right.
So,
and I don't think they have the doc that we have here today. I think that they're just covering the Transition Integrity Project as a whole.
Okay, well, this doc is pretty crazy. So,
well, and Trash, that Darren Beatty article was from a while ago. That's an old article, and there's no documents in it. I think he was just covering more of like who was participating and like overall. I don't think he had like the actual documents they were using.
Boom. We're not getting scooped, guys. All right. All right, I'll play this clip, let everybody kind of fill in, and then we'll get crack-a-lacking.
Here, one last one here. Here's where they talk about here.
Oh, real quick. He's talking about the Molly Ball piece from Time Magazine, the shadow campaign to save the 2020 election, because he's going to lead right in with Norm Eisen into the TIP. So I'm just going to play it from here. It might be a little bit longer, but it's good transition, and then we can get going.
Here, why they're doing this, and here's how they see it. In other words, I need you to understand how the people doing this are rigging the election. Time Magazine's bragging about it, but I need you to see it through their eyes. I know it's rigging. I get it. But for a second, I need you to displace yourself from the conservative lens for a second, and I want you to look at it as they see it. They think they're doing you a public service. Listen to all the euphemisms in this. This is why the participants want the secret history of the 2020 election told, even though it sounds like a paranoid fever dream, because it is. A well-funded cabal of powerful people from industries and ideologies working together behind the scenes, changing rules and steering media coverage and controlling information. They were not rigging the election, they say. They were fortifying. You see how they see it? You see why this is important and we can't get lost in our own bubbles? If we're going to understand these people, you have to understand they think they're doing a public service. This is one of the greatest evils ever perpetrated in an election and series of election cycles. In their eyes, they believe, look at the last line, the public needs to understand the system's fragility. By fragility, they mean the public's ability to pick an actual candidate. You understand what they mean, right? If the public picks Donald Trump, it's a fragile system that's going to break, so we have to protect you from it and fortify it. You need to understand the crazy here. Wait, one last one here, because there's this name that keeps coming up. This is the same people. The same people. Look who's quoted in this article from 2021 about the rigging of the 2020 election by a cabal. Their words, not mine. The untold story of the election is the thousands of people of both parties who accomplished this triumph of American democracy at its very foundation, said Norm Eisen, a prominent lawyer and former Obama administration official who recruited Republicans and Democrats to the board of the Voter Protection Program. Norm Eisen. A lot of you out here, you're probably like, Dan, that name, it sounds so familiar. Didn't you tell us about this guy? Well, this guy, Norm Eisen, was associated with this Transition Integrity Project as well, according to multiple media reports out there. And in this Transition Integrity Project in 2020, where they were so terrified of a Donald Trump victory, they noted that the planners of this whole thing need to take seriously the notion that this may well be a street fight. Street fight. Joe, they don't mean street. They mean street fight as a legal fight. No, they don't. They actually said not a legal battle. Right. Planners need to take seriously the notion this may be a street fight, not a legal battle. This is a quote, folks. This isn't meaning they said this for the liberals. Notice what they think when they say a street fight, they tell you what they don't mean. They don't mean a legal battle. They don't mean technocratic solutions. They don't mean courts. And they don't mean relying on elites observing norms. He even says that's not the answer. He notes that this may be a street fight. And in case you're confused that he means an actual fight in the street, he goes on to tell you he doesn't mean any of these other things. And he notes you need to take it seriously. This is them flexing for you and warning you now that they plan to take this to the streets in a fight. Ladies and gentlemen, these are their words, man. These ain't my words. I'm actually quoting them.
So yeah, that's from a piece that was written. It looks like it might be from the document. I can't tell. Then he goes on and he's got Norm Eisen kind of like reaffirming all of these things on CNN around that same time. There's a clip included, but we can get moving on this. It's just essentially, I mean, unless you guys want to hear it, because I've never seen the clip. He's got it. I've never heard him, but it's just Norm Eisen spewing the same crap that we're about to go over anyway. But yeah, so Dan touched on it this morning. Apparently, Raheem Kassam and Bannon touched on it yesterday. So I figured it was time to fire up this space before everybody else touches on it. But we've been sitting on it, and I want to go over it. Yeah, Jen.
Yeah, I just want to point out that, guys, like Norm Eisen isn't just a lawyer, right? He's longtime associate of Barack Obama. But what makes him even more dangerous to America and to our way of life, honestly, is the fact that he's a color revolutionary specialist. He's literally written books on how to run color revolutions. And if you look at what happened on January 6th, it looked awful lot like what had happened during in Ukraine in 2014. So to just think that he's a lawyer, yes, he's an accomplished lawyer of the Democrats, but he literally writes playbooks on how to overthrow governments in foreign nations.
Yep, 100%. And when we get through this, guys, when we go through this document, you guys are going to get a bigger picture. Again, now that you guys, a lot of people have made their way in, I would point you down to the chat. We had a space on this the other day. Millie had found this document called The Count, which we believe was it outlines the exact plot after the election, and it gives you the dates, the timelines, how we need to force counting all ballots past December 8th. They had the entire timeline, everything that was going. And so that reporting is down there. It's down in the chat. It's attached to the document that we're talking about today. And this is Millie's tweet. Says, in my Sunrise Movement investigation, I obtained internal documents written by Transition Integrity Project. Under that one is The Count. Please go read both those documents. But that's what we're going to be talking about today. It is also up in the nest. The only thing up in the nest is the link to the full 22-page document, which we're going to cover. So, Millie, did you want to add anything before we get into this, or Dustin or anybody?
Well, I was just going to add, like, it does seem to be that there's like this repeating pattern of a lot of these people have written books and are very learned in essentially enacting revolutions or coups in other countries. Because Maria Stephan, who is also in the Sunrise Zoom calls, who is one of the Federal Workers for Democracy, essentially, which they are pretty much communists. Like they call themselves comrades, or they sign off in solidarity. So you can kind of read into that one. But she wrote a book that literally has a communist fist on the cover. And it's all about it's why civil resistance works. And it's all about like Ukraine and how she did all this work in Ukraine, and how you can basically use civil resistance means in order to overthrow what they believe is a corrupt government.
Yeah, Trash, I just want to add real quick. So, Norm Eisen's, the title of his book is The Democracy Playbook, Preventing and Reversing Democratic Backsliding. And then he also more recently has come out with another book. But he was ambassador to Czechoslovakia during the Velvet Revolution. And he was Obama's former ethics czar during the Obama administration.
Yeah, the only thing I really have to add on Norm Eisen specifically is the way in which they use attorney-client privilege as a shield. So that there's a handful of lawyers that include Eisen that serve as either general counsel or serve as counsel at a lot of these different NGOs, because that allows them to shield their blatantly illegal activity behind behind attorney-client privilege. And so, right, one of the patterns that we've started to notice is there's often, and Joe Sellers is another one, that we see pop up over and over and over again at these NGOs that are participating in misinformation, disinformation, election nonsense, and the Russia hoax. Right? It's not a large group. I'd say there's maybe 3 or 4 different lawyers who we see popping up over and over again, and they often serve on as counsel at 3, 4, 5, 6, or even 7 sometimes different organizations, and it's pretty clear that's as a shield. So because they believe they can hide their communications behind attorney-client privilege. And if we pierce that, like they did with Trump, listen, Trump's had they have run roughshod over President Trump's attorney-client privilege, forced his attorneys to turn over their internal discussions with him, all kinds of other stuff. So they should get zero, right? If Jen's always said this, if we pierce that attorney-client privilege shield and get those communications, their whole conspiracy will be blown up.
Yep. Yeah. And so it is going to be important. And it seems to be like, if you guys remember, we were talking about, and I don't want to derail this conversation into anything else, but just take a quick tidbit of, like normalizing crew and all them. A lot of people are starting to call them out on the fact that they have direct evidence on these tax filings that it's not just a 501c3, but there's C4s at the same address and all this money and all connected with David Brock and all these people. And fraud is the angle. And I'm starting to see a lot of people actually pointing this out, including high power legal organizations now. So, yeah, it's going to be interesting to watch that as it unfolds. And so to remind folks, we've got about 300 people in here now. Thank you guys for coming. Here's what we're doing. We're going over this document, this 22-page document. It is the Transition Integrity Project. Millie was able to get this during her Sunrise Zoom call investigations. And we've been kind of pouring over it. A couple days ago, we went over the count. Both those documents are down in the chat. Highly recommended. We're actually going to go through this document and give you analysis on it as we go through it. And we will try to, and like I said, we will then open up the floor once we get through the document and kind of give you guys our analysis on this, because obviously Millie and Jen and Dustin, myself, done a lot of work in looking into these things. And so it really, really shows how, the voting machine conversations nationally was such a psyop, and it was such a trap for so many people because they didn't want you talking about how they actually stole the election. Sure, is there shenanigans with machines? I'm sure there is. But at scale, you're going to see how they gamed all this out, how they gamed it out, and how the mail-in ballots and how they used it, and these massive networks and over $1.5 billion setting up these get ballot harvesting operations, and then the pressure campaigns against the governors and secretaries of state and local politicians, and how all of that resulted in the actual steal. And this right here is the document, the Transition Integrity Project, that was written, or that was released on August 3rd of 2020. Outlines in detail the brain trust behind this operation that led into the development of the document known as the count, down in the chat. So we're going to go through this. Millie or Jen, do you want me to start reading and then we can kind of go through it that way, or what do you think? All right.
Absolutely. Yeah, let's start reading it.
Okay, cool. So if you guys want to take a look at it, the document, read along yourself, it is up in the nest. And here's the document. So in June of 2020, the Transition Integrity Project convened a bipartisan group of over 100 current and former senior government and campaign leaders and other experts in a series of 2020 election crisis scenario planning exercises. The results of all 4 tabletop exercises were alarming. We assess with a high degree of likelihood that November's elections will be marked by a chaotic legal and political landscape. We also assess that President Trump is likely to contest the result both by legal and extra legal means in an attempt to hold on to power. Recent events, including the president's own unwillingness to commit to abiding by the results of the election, the Attorney General's embrace of President's groundless electoral fraud claims, and the unprecedented deployment of federal agents to put down left-wing protests underscore the extreme lengths to which President Trump may be willing to go in order to stay in office. And again, just to remind you, they did these tabletop exercises in 2020 of June, and they released the results in the summary, the executive summary, on August 3rd. So like that's what's going on here. So in this report, TIP explains the basis for our assessment. Our findings are bolstered by the historical experience of Bush v. Gore and other U.S. electoral dysfunctions. The closest analogy may be the election of 1876, a time of extreme partisanship and rampant disenfranchisement, where multiple states proffered competing slates of electors, and the election was only resolved through a grand political bargain days before inauguration, one that traded an end to Reconstruction for electoral peace and resulted in a century of Jim Crow, leaving deep wounds that are far from healed today. I'd like to note, there's a reason specifically that this Colorado court, the SCOTUS court, they're using the 14th Amendment, which is essentially what they're talking about here in regards to the 1876 election, and where several states kept Abraham Lincoln off the ballot. It's the similar type of mechanism that they're using now in Colorado. That's why the 14th Amendment is so important. And I remember now why I was going to play that clip of Norn Eisen, because he's talking back then about the 14th Amendment. I should have played that clip because it's really, and this is why it's so prescient to talk about this stuff today, because they're still going to use this playbook, guys. We don't have COVID, but maybe we have a Jewish community in Hamas fighting in the streets. Maybe we have left wing and right wing fighting in the streets. All that chaos ushers in more of a police state, and we have a screwed election. This is the playbook moving forward. Yeah, Dust, go ahead.
Well, so, right, to take us back to the lead up to January 6th. And I guess I probably should, I forget sometimes that people haven't been in our spaces all year, Trash. Jen and I were the lead organizers of the March for Trump tour, and all three of the DC rallies that happened in January, December, November, December, and January. And so, right, we were actively involved. And I remember when there was this shift to start talking about quote unquote insurrection, right? And all of a sudden that term started being used over and over and over again. And my argument was always, the dude is the sitting commander in chief. He's the president right now. How can he insurrect himself? Right. And I remember it being weird. And our conspiracy at the time was that it was also when Trump, and there was talk from General Flynn and several others about using the Insurrection Act to seize the voting machines and do a bunch of other stuff. And we didn't know if it was they were trying to divert the word or take control of the word to draw attention away from that. But this seems much more insidious, which is, right? And I can't help but think about the way that the Russian collusion hoax was used, right? Like how nefarious that plot was to delegitimize the president. They have these backup plans in place in case they lose, like we saw with Peter Strzok and Lisa Page, the starstruck Capitol Hill lovers. And so the I think that clip is important of Norm Eisen. The fact that they were looking to outline this as a way to eliminate what they think is the Trump threat as early as back then. And again, just from a basic level, I've never understood how a president insurrects himself, leaves office, and there's still a transition to Biden, and it's still an insurrection. It's just it's crazy how divergent the realities have to be in order for this to be like a valid argument. And yet we have courts siding with the lawfare side. It's nuts. But
Yeah.
We know that when they're saying that they're trying to prevent Trump from stealing the election, what they're actually saying is that they're going to steal the election, and they're trying to prevent Trump from contesting the election. So if you notice, their whole thing here is how they somehow know how exactly the election's going to go. They know that Trump's going to win election night, and then they say, well, after the massive amount of mail-in ballots that really is historic because it's never happened like this before, come in, suddenly, Biden's going to win, right? So they're anticipating that this is going to be very unusual. The people are not going to think this is looking right. That Trump is going to want to contest because, hey, if you're going to, overflow everything with these mail-in ballots, it's obviously going to be pretty suspicious. So they're preparing for Trump to contest. They're preparing for that scenario all throughout here. And they know that if he contests, that he actually does have a pretty favorable, he has favorable odds, you would say, that he will actually end up as the next president. They know that, and they plan for that, and they plan accordingly for that. And that's why the other document, the count, is so key, where they talk about, well, we can't let the electoral college vote happen on January 6th. We have to disrupt it. We have to physically prevent it from happening by staging protests in the Capitol. So, yeah, it doesn't make sense. Why would Trump benefit by shutting down the exact vote that was going to make him president again? Why would he benefit? There's no motive there, but there sure is motive for the Democrats to shut that whole thing down, to run a massive psyop in order to sway the public perception against Trump in such a way that you can claim that he was committing an insurrection and his people were committing an insurrection, so that suddenly you gain the public, the moral high ground, so to speak, to pressure all of these Republicans who were going to vote for Trump with these alternate slates of electors. They then don't have that moral high ground anymore. They don't have moral leeway to vote for Trump because the media narrative psyop that was just ran completely shifted everything in favor of Biden. And so
Well,
that's, it's clear as day.
Yep.
well, and I remember, and Trash, I'll kick it to you real quick. But like the thing I remembered like really sticking out, and this we keep saying this as we've gone through all of these different things. We were able to reverse engineer that all of a sudden CNN and MSNBC and the New York Times and the Washington Post and they all started using that talking point of this is Trump's insurrection over and over and over and over and over again. And we knew that that had obviously been a talking point that went out. What we didn't know at the time well, and I remember, and Trash, I'll kick it to you real quick. But like the thing I remembered like really sticking out, and this we keep saying this as we've gone through all of these different things. We were able to reverse engineer that all of a sudden CNN and MSNBC and the New York Times and the Washington Post and they all started using that talking point of this is Trump's insurrection over and over and over and over and over again. And we knew that that had obviously been a talking point that went out. What we didn't know at the time was what was all of this stuff.
I think
Sorry, Trash.
You're rugging bad, Justin.
Yeah, I think I can't hear Dustin.
I can't either.
Yeah, he lost. We lost him.
All right. Well, when he gets his connection back, I've got the Norm Eisen clip, and it's actually perfect timing based on our conversation. I'm going to kick the Norm Eisen clip off, and then I really want to get back to this document because this is going to set the stage, set the table for what we're about to read. And I think what Dustin was trying to say is that what we didn't know is that all of this was going on at the time, that they had gamed all this out, and the plan was the entire time for to plant the insurrection narrative. And that could be used not only just for this election, but in the future as well. So that was part of the game because you're going to see how detailed this game was. Let me play the Norm Eisen clip because I think it really speaks to what he's talking about.
That is rarely used. It's hard to prove. What did you make of that being included? It hasn't been used since the Civil War. Of the 4 charges that were brought today, it's the least likely actually to be charged by the Department of Justice, but in some ways, it's the most important because, Brianna, part of the reason this committee has been so effective throughout, constant surprises, this was a surprise, but they also meet the moment with drama. This lays down a marker, and I think it is true. Former President Trump aided and gave comfort to an insurrection. He assisted an insurrection. He was part of an insurrection. And so it lays down a marker, and it will be very important. Caitlin and I were talking on the break, very important in one of the big legal battlefronts of the next 2 years. From coast to coast, people are going to try to get Donald Trump removed from the ballot because under the 14th Amendment, Section 3 of the Constitution, just wrote a big report about this with Pogo, under the 14th Amendment, if you give aid and comfort to insurrectionists, you help them, or you're part of an insurrection, you can't run for president.
Mm-hmm.
That's months ago.
Mm-hmm. That's Norm Eisen for you. So, Dustin, you want to finish up, and then we'll get back to the doc?
Yeah, hopefully I reconnected to Wi-Fi. Hopefully you guys can hear me. Yes, no? Awesome. No, Trash, you nailed it, of course. Great minds think alike and all that. Maybe I'm just too predictable. But the point I was just making, we were able to reverse engineer this. It was clear that the talking point of everybody start using the term Trump and insurrection together over and over again. And we saw it CNN, MSNBC, ABC, Washington Post, New York Times, and they did it all at once, right? And everybody was talking on the same line. It just speaks to how much capture they had over the legacy media. Like it's kind of wild to look at these documents, and when then to look back and realize, damn near everybody in the legacy media takes their talking points from this little group of people. It's nuts.
Right. So they
No,
needed to public perception was key. Right. So they were all about public perception. So not only was it about, okay, let's figure out a way to make sure Trump doesn't get in office for, you know, the next year, right, 2021 through 2024. It's that they want to ensure that he can never hold office in the future, right, by framing him up as the one that committed the coup or the insurrection or the theft of trying to steal an election. Then they can actually successfully try to keep him off of the ballot in the future, right? Which obviously Trump is fighting this. And as I was saying before about the Colorado hearings, you know, his legal team around him was trying to fight this based on like winning based on the law, when in reality, he can win based on the facts with this information. We have enough information in the various documents, in the video calls, where we can show that these leftists literally planned and that they benefited and had the motive to physically shut down the Capitol on January 6th to prevent that from happening. But yeah, let's kind of continue on, Trash, so we can read through this document. I know it's 22 pages long, so it's pretty, you know, it's pretty dense too. It's not as like it's not as simple as the count. It definitely is very dense.
Yeah, it really is. And there's a lot here. And I was just informed in 45 minutes I have a company lunch. So I'm going to, I wish they would have told me maybe a day before, sometime before, like 10 minutes ago. So I'll probably, as I'm going there, it's the steakhouse or whatever. I'll continue to run the space, and I'll probably just stay up as host if you guys can kind of take over when that time happens. It'll only be like 45 minutes or so, and I'll be able to come back and finish up with you guys. But I don't see this as being negotiable. So, unfortunately. But yeah, let's get into the
Well, we
document.
need to bring Kim up here too to help read. So Kim, come on. I'm okay with reading for quite a while.
Okay.
But yeah, let's get some.
nobody wants Jen to read. Nobody.
Okay. All right. Well, here we go. So we left off right here. This was, I'll read the last sentence again, given what we just talked about. And it says, one that traded an end to Reconstruction for electoral peace and resulted in a century of Jim Crow, leaving deep wounds that are far from healed today. I talked about this the other day, how they framed that with the count document. I'm just gonna ignore it because it just makes me mad every time I read it. Democrats never switched. Stop it. All right. So among the findings we highlight in the report, The concept of election night is no longer accurate, and it is indeed dangerous. We face a period of contestation stretching from the first day a ballot is cast in mid-September until January 20th. The winner may not, as we assess likely will not, be known, quote, on election night as officials count mail-in ballots. This period of uncertainty provides opportunities for an unscrupulous candidate to cast doubt on the legitimacy of the process and to set up an unprecedented assault on the outcome. Campaigns, parties, the press, and the public must be educated to adjust expectations starting immediately. A determined campaign has an opportunity to contest the election into January of 2021. We anticipate lawsuits, divergent media narratives, attempts to stop the counting of ballots, and protests drawing people from both sides. President Trump, the incumbent, will likely use the executive branch to aid his campaign strategy, including through the Department of Justice. We assess that there is a chance that the president will attempt to convince legislatures and or governors to take actions, including illegal actions, to defy the popular vote. Federal laws provide little guidance for how Congress should resolve irregularities when they convene in a joint session on January 6th of 2021. Of particular concern is how the military will respond in the context of uncertain election results. Here, recent evidence offers some reassurance, but it is inconclusive. The administrative transition process itself may be highly disrupted. Participants in our exercises of all backgrounds and ideologies believe that Trump would prioritize personal gain and self-protection over ensuring an orderly administrative handoff to his successor. Trump may use pardons to thwart future criminal prosecution, arrange business deals with foreign governments that benefit him financially, and attempt to bribe and silence associates, declassify sensitive documents, and attempt to divert federal funds to his own businesses. These risks can be mitigated. The worst outcomes of these exercises are far from a certainty. The purpose of this report is not to frighten, but to spur all stakeholders to action. Our legal rules and political norms don't work unless the people are prepared to defend them and speak out when others violate them. It is incumbent
Now, doesn't
upon...
that sound just like the narrative, though, Trash? What they tried to push afterward, even down to the accusing Trump of stealing classified documents?
Absolutely. Yeah. I mean, this is, and again, notice we weaved in and through all of the stuff that I just read. And if you read the count, and again, it's the narrative, it's supplanting a narrative, and then being able to control perception so they can pull this off. It's just crazy, Millie. It is an incumbent, listen to this, it is incumbent upon elected officials, civil society leaders, and the press to challenge authoritarian actions in the courts, in the media, and in the streets through peaceful protests. Specific recommendations include. So before we go any further, this concept of the election night is no longer accurate and is indeed dangerous. Yeah, dangerous to your operation. And how they said that, hey, they're going to be fighting this. There's going to be media divergence away from our narrative. We need to get ahead of this. You're going to have to stay ahead of it well into January of 2021. And it really breaks down how they gamed all this out. And so their specific recommendations are going to include this: plan for a contested election. If there's a crisis, events will unfold quickly, and sleep-deprived leaders will be asked to make consequential decisions quickly. Thinking through options now will help to ensure better decisions. Approach this as a political battle, not just a legal battle. In the event of the Electoral College contestation, sustained political mobilization will likely be crucial for ensuring transition integrity. Dedicated staff and resources need to be in place at least through the end of January. So again, you guys remember, for months leading up to the election, Donald Trump, will you agree and publicly support a peaceful transfer of power? And they just did this over and over and over and over again, if you guys don't remember. And this was part of that deal. And it's the same people mobilized on the ground, the media, independent journalists, and protests. And this is what it was.
And we talk about the journalists participating in the simulation exercises too. So they were working with journalists participating in the exercises and how the media would respond to certain things during the time period once they, did what they were going to do pertaining to election night. They, not only that, but these groups actually are continually working with other media and journalists, and you even find in their PACs, many of the people in their PACs associated with their PACs are also left-wing journalists as well. So they're very much incestuous in how they all work together, and they're, you'll see them all together in various PACs or various NGOs, and working at the same companies as each other. So they all really work together, and they work closely with the left-wing media.
Well, and what's interesting that you pointed out the other day when we were looking at that Real Justice PAC, that the people that were behind the count document, the Real Justice PAC you're looking at, and there's journalists in there, but then also we noticed Martin Luther King himself, Sean King, was also on the board of that Real Justice PAC as well. Yeah, you can't make this stuff up.
Founder. He was a co-founder. Like he was
Yeah.
for that. Oh, and the Real Justice PAC, they actually endorsed and financially supported and helped. They brag on their website about helping get Alvin Bragg into office. And Alvin Bragg is the DA that's been going after Trump now over January 6th.
Well, and to that point, while we're on the topic, remember that article that came out for Larry Krasner, who was also held by these guys, warning Trump not to send alternate electors. If you remember that. And there's that article from, it was October 29th, I think is when it came out. You had that screenshot.
He was warning them. He was warning them, don't send poll watchers.
Poll watchers, that's right. That's right.
Yeah, he said Larry Krasner, who also was helped get elected by that Real Justice PAC. There was a whole news article, I think New York Times published it, and it was Krasner telling Trump, basically threatening him with criminal action, and that he had something special planned for Trump if Trump tried to send uncertified poll watchers. He said, keep your goons out of Pennsylvania, and he was threatening Trump. He didn't want poll watchers, which, gee, that's not suspicious.
Well, and I just want to point out that before the Miami thing, and I pointed this out the other night, Norm Eisen was on, I believe it was CNN, and he was talking because they were like, oh, this, like, kind of like this case, seems like he'll be able to, like, back out of it. And Norm Eisen said something to the effect of, like, oh, well, I know he will be convicted because I'm the one who wrote the law and I know how it's going to be implemented. Right. So Norm Eisen has gone around with these NGOs and different organizations and pressured all these lawmakers. And he's like, listen, like, I got this law. It's going to be good. Can you get it passed for me? And that's why he's able to orchestrate a lot of what's going on, because I think he's strategically placed, different laws, different places. And maybe that's where we see some of these lawsuits coming out of.
Absolutely, 100%. All right, guys, I've got about 5 minutes that I can read, guys, and then we have to transition to another orator while I do this lunch deal. I'm really not happy about
Tim's
it.
up here, trashed.
Okay, so I'll finish up this page here before we get to about the Transition Integrity Project, and then I'm going to be on calm silent for a bit. So, again, specific recommendations include, and I read the plan for a contested election. There's a crisis, events will unfold quickly, and they were basically making a plan that they could get to all elected officials, all non-elected, but election officials, get them the game plan so they don't have to worry about what they're going to do next. We're just going to hand you the plan. Here's how you take care of this to make sure we get through this, and Trump cannot contest this. Focus on readiness in the states, providing political support for a complete and accurate count. Governors, secretaries of state, attorneys general, and legislatures can communicate and reinforce laws and norms. Never forget norms or normal process. All through these documents, they don't talk about lawful process. They talk about norms. Well, obviously that's subjective, and there's no legal scrutiny that can be brought to norms because it's subjective. But just pay attention to that. It's all through these documents. Reinforce laws and norms and be ready to confront irregularities. Election officials will need political and public support to see the process through completion. Address the two biggest threats head on: lies about, quote, voter fraud and escalating violence. Voting fraud is virtually non-existent, but Trump lies about it to create a narrative designed to politically mobilize his base and create the basis for contesting the results should he lose. The potential for violent conflict is high, particularly since Trump encourages his supporters to take up arms. Anticipate a rocky administrative transition. Transition teams will likely need to do two things simultaneously: defend Trump's reckless actions on his way out of office and find creative solutions to ensure landing teams are able to access the information and resources they need to begin to prepare for governing. All right. Isn't that crazy? It's just,
Wait, what are landing teams that are able to go to govern what?
Yeah,
Like,
I'll read it again.
so.
Yeah, it's basically, so transition teams will likely need to do two things simultaneously: defend against the Trump's reckless actions on his way out of office, and then find creative solutions to ensure landing teams are able to access the information and resources they need. So basically, deploying these people with these blueprints that they've built here to assist in transition.
Which would be the count document.
Right. Correct. Yep. All right. If you guys can take over reading, I will be here to help comment and stuff while I'm driving. I just can't read and drive, obviously, at the same time. So, is Kim going to help?
Perfect. Yeah,
Or, you
Kim,
got
are
it?
you able to pick up, or if
Sure,
you?
I can take
Okay,
care.
so you pick up for a little bit, and then I'll, we'll trade off.
Sounds
And
good.
repost the space, everybody. Go down to the bottom right corner and repost the space so we can get as many eyeballs and ears on this as we can. Thank you.
I think we're going to be having, sunrise spaces all the time now. We got to get this information out there. All right. So about the Transition Integrity Project. The Transition Integrity Project was launched in late 2019 out of concern that the Trump administration may seek to manipulate, ignore, undermine, or disrupt the 2020 presidential election and transition process. TIP takes no position on how Americans should cast their votes or on the likely winner of the upcoming election. Either major party candidate could prevail at the polls in November without resorting to dirty tricks. However, the administration of President Donald Trump has steadily undermined core norms of democracy and the rule of law and embraced numerous corrupt and authoritarian practices. This presents a profound challenge for those from either party who are committed to ensuring free and fair elections, peaceful transitions of power, and stable administrative continuity in the United States. The American people have the right to choose their next president without intimidation or interference in the normal electoral process. Believers in democracy and the rule of law should therefore be prepared to take action to ensure that the results of the 2020 presidential election reflect the will of the American people. Like many authoritarian leaders, President Trump has begun to lay the groundwork for potentially ignoring or disrupting the voting process by claiming, for instance, that any mail-in ballots will be fraudulent and that his opponents will seek to have non-citizens vote through fraud. Similarly, he has frequently expressed the view that he is entitled to additional time in office and that his opponents are seeking to steal the election. If President Trump's future actions violate longstanding legal and ethical norms relating to presidential elections, there is also a risk that they will push other actors, including potentially some in the Democratic Party, to similarly engage in practices that depart from traditional rule of law norms out of perceived self-defense. The goal of TIP is to highlight these various electoral and transition-related risks and make recommendations to all actors, individuals, and institutional who share a commitment to democracy and the rule of law. The recommendations shared here reflect input from both Republicans and Democrats committed to these values. However, because the primary threat to the integrity of the election and transition appears to come from the Trump administration, most of the recommendations in this memo focus on how actors committed to the rule of law can restrain or counter anti-democratic actions the Trump administration and its supporters may take in connection with the 2020 election. That TIP's concerns are widely shared is reflected in the media attention which this project has already begun to garner. For a list of articles as of late July 2020, see Appendix A. Do you want to stop for a second and talk about that?
You could keep going.
Okay.
I other than I noticed the trend that what they'll do is they'll cite all of these various articles that match with their agenda and what they're trying to push, but they're not outwardly saying what's being read between the lines, which in the Zoom calls, in other info that they share amongst each other and chat amongst each other in these various, left-wing affinity groups, they very much talk about how coordinated they are with the journalists and with the media. So it makes you kind of wonder, okay, well, are they the ones then pushing for these articles? Are they fomenting these articles and making these articles happen? I believe there was another website where I forget which one it was, but they said this. I think it was the Real Justice PAC where they said this was our work, and they actually were the ones who linked the Larry Krasner article. So, they do kind of take credit for this. And notice the Larry Krasner article, how much it went in line exactly with their narrative that they were trying to push in the count document, where they were talking about how they were pushing a narrative that there was going to be right-wing militias and right-wing extremist thugs that were going to harass people over the ballot counts and be pushing to see the ballot counts. And so that kind of, the article with Larry Krasner was getting out in front of people on the Trump team, wanting to ensure that they actually had proper access to viewing the count of the election, which we remember that was a really big controversy because they tried to use COVID rules to prevent people from actually watching the votes being counted.
And they succeeded in a lot of places. Okay, about the scenario exercises. In June of 2020, TIP organized 4 scenario exercises to identify risks to the rule of law or to the integrity of the democratic process in the period between Election Day, November 3rd, 2020, and Inauguration Day, January 20th, 2021, with an eye toward mitigation and/or prevention of worst-case outcomes. At this point, it seems possible that either candidate may achieve a decisive electoral victory, but the goal of TIP's scenario exercises was to gain a better understanding of the tests our democratic institutions could face in the event that candidates defy the norms that have been underpinned. American political practice for decades have been underpinned American political practices for decades. Specifically, TIP wanted to examine some of the unknowns. How far might candidates go in contesting negative electoral outcomes or disrupting the normal transition process? How well would American institutions hold up if one or both candidates refused to play by the rules? The 4 scenarios were developed after a consultative process involving outreach to experts on elections and transitions, political violence and instability, governance, and scenarios planning and game design. Each of the 4 scenarios developed was different. See Appendix B for a summary of the scenarios. In one scenario, the exercise posited that the winner of the election was not known as of the morning after the election, and the outcome of the race was too close to predict with certainty. In another, the exercise began with the premise that Democratic Party candidate Joe Biden won the popular vote and the Electoral College by a healthy margin. In a third, the exercises assumed that President Trump won the Electoral College vote, but again lost the popular vote by a healthy margin. The fourth exercise began with the premise that Biden won both the popular and the Electoral College by a narrow margin. So they didn't do any that Trump won both.
No, and I just want to point out real quick, like the Rosa Brooks lady who is the head of this, is literally on the board of Open Societies Foundation, which I pointed out before. So this is George Soros literally gaming out our elections, and deciding and then bringing in, much like Event 201, where they brought in all of the heads of industry that would be affected by this process, and let them sit in a room and decide. And it's really disturbing that a foreign actor, and someone of George Soros's background, would be able to get this close and game play out our elections with actual people participating in the elections, even though they're on the other side.
Yes, and also Kim, to answer your question, we will get to it. One of the scenarios, Trump did win, but I think it was exercise 2. I'll have to look forward. But and also, Kim, can you tell for people that are just joining, look up in the nest, guys. If you guys want to follow along with the document, what page you're on? I'm getting a couple requests.
Oh, of course. So I am at the top of page 4. I just got through the the explanation of the 4 different scenarios. So let's see. So I'm starting, it's the third paragraph down. So 67 people participated as active players in one or more of the scenario exercises, while dozens more participated in the exercises as observers and offered feedback during the debriefing sessions. Participants included members of both major political parties, former high-ranking government officials, including, for example, 2 former governors, senior political campaigners, national prominent journalists, and communications professionals, social movement leaders, and experts on politics, national security, democratic reform, and election law and media.
Okay, so pause right there really quick. So that's where they're talking about the caliber of the individuals that all participated in these simulation exercises. And the thing that really stood out to me in reading this is, notice they say from both political sides, right? And this is something that many people have pointed out, that the establishment Republican rhinos were actually going along with this to some degree, right? So you had people in the Never Trumper camp as working with the Democrats and these various people in intelligence agencies, government, campaigning, all these positions working together to run these simulations. Go ahead, Jen.
Yeah, Millie, that's so important to point out because, like I've said, Dustin said, I know Trash has said, like, I am more pissed off and I hate the Republicans more than I hate the Democrats, right? And this has been said in spaces, is that we know what the Democrats are. We know that they were probably out there doing this and that was okay. But to have people on our own side, right? Even people, I don't know exactly who all participated, but I'd be willing to bet that some of those people were, leading almost a double life, right? Where they're still Republicans, but you're over here game playing with the Democrats and knowing that the election and everything is going to play out the way it was, opposite of the American people. I mean, it's really disgusting that our own party was doing this.
Well, think about it. Look at what has just come out about what goes on, what type of activities go on inside of our own Senate, right? Inside of our Capitol building and our Senate, you have staffers engaging in really inappropriate relations. Which, why would you even videotape that? Why would you videotape it if it wasn't for a blackmail trove that you then use to get a seat at the a seat at the table, right? So you have to think about it in that sense of like, okay, so how do we know some of these people that took some of these hard stances against Trump weren't compromised? I mean, I'm just saying, like, how do we know? I mean, this is the level of activities that go on, the clandestine operations going on. We know that in the past, this kind of goes way back to the FBI, and I think it was shoot, it's blanking my memory right now. The name, who's the head of the FBI back then? It wasn't
Comey? You talking about Comey?
No, I'm talking about a long time ago. He was like, it was not Hoover. What was his name?
Could be a lot of people.
Clapper?
Clapper, Brennan.
No. It
I'm not
was J.
sure.
Edgar Hoover. No, it was J. Edgar Hoover. I
Oh, you're
had
talking
his
about
name
the
in the
guy who started it? Yes, Hoover.
yeah.
J. Edgar Hoover. Okay.
Yeah. Okay, so J. Edgar Hoover. Okay, so J. Edgar Hoover, he was like convinced that there was basically these communist elements, these subversive communist elements that were working to actually compromise individuals high in power in government, and that they would do so in various honeypotting traps, as well as, he actually said back then he was very paranoid about homosexual men in office because he was worried about them being blackmailed, because at that time period, to be gay was like super, like, it was something that would end your political career. So if you could have that type of blackmail on somebody, then you could really control them, right? So he was worried about these communist subversive elements. There's a lot of documentaries, a lot of information on this that he was convinced was infiltrating various, parts of our government, as well as our politicians. So
it kind of makes you wonder, there's a bigger problem at hand when we're seeing this information, which, former Representative Santos has come out and talked about the type of activities that are going on, but also just the videos that we recently saw come out of the Senate chambers. I mean, it just goes to show that there's a really ugly problem. And when we know that in the Sunrise Zoom calls, they had full on operations being ran to infiltrate these various positions in our own government. I mean, they literally, I don't know, Trash has gone silent right now because he's
I'm
at a
here.
meeting.
No, I'm here.
But I mean, Trash, you could speak to some of the other documents that we have looked over just yesterday, where it literally is like a kit of how to set up these subversive meetings with government officials inside the government, recruiting them to your subversive activities. And all the while, these guys are signing their names like in solidarity, in solidarity. These guys are calling each other comrades. So it just goes to show that these guys have been working for quite a long time, infiltrating and becoming spies inside of our government and being subversive. So we don't know if some of these people that are playing ball and going along with them are doing so because they actually are aligned ideologically, or if maybe they've been compromised. So
Well,
I guess that's a point I'm trying to make.
yeah, no. And again, I would like to point everyone's attention to Tim Burchett as well. So Tim Burchett's out there. He's just banging the drum. Like, he's out there. He's dropping sauce everywhere. I think I caught him. I think I caught a clip of him on Benny Johnson's show, I think yesterday, where he was talking about this specific thing. He said, what happens in DC is that a lot of these Congress people, they get drunk, they do dumb things, they get caught in these compromising positions, and then there's blackmail held over top of them. Go watch that interview. I think it's like 12 minutes long with Benny when we're done with this. He really kind of lays it out there. And yeah, I think there's a collection of all of what we're talking about combined, between being compromised, between being complicit, and then what Millie pointed out. I'll just point this out. We'll probably, I don't know if we're going to ever do like a space or reporting on it, because I don't know how much is there, other than they have this entire kit. They have step-by-step ways to create these meetings for 2 to 3 hours. They call them sessions, and recruit people that work within the office and the federal government. And they break down in detail how to kind of move people along and be able to identify people possibly, empathetic to that, the quote unquote cause. And they actually have entire kits where you break them up depending upon what agency they work in. So they have like printable name, like placards that you can put on, and you essentially create these groups that work within these different governmental offices, and you have these sessions, and it has homework for the people that are recently joining these sessions to do. It is 100% real. They have that entire kit built out. I looked at it. Hell, Millie and I looked at it for what, hour and a half yesterday, just going through
Yeah,
it.
I read through it. You remember the part where it's like, oh, if you're going to suggest for them to do illegal activities, don't talk about that in the meeting. Pull them aside and suggest you have another like going and getting coffee a
Yeah,
meeting. Like,
yeah, and try to make sure that you're not bringing anybody from legal or lawyers into the meeting, because they could probably disrupt it. They
right,
literally, yeah, yeah,
don't let the lawyers scare them too much,
yeah.
because then
That's what it was.
they might not want to do some of the things you want them to do.
Exactly. Yeah, that's what it was. Don't let legal scare them too much. They may not want to do it. So, anyway, if you guys want to get back to the reading, but yeah. So, guys, there's more coming out. We'll be going over all of this stuff. And also, I need to correct the record. I'm an idiot. I started rattling off CIA directors. I was thinking as you guys were talking, like, oh, Aaron, you're an idiot. So anyway, ignore my guesses. But yes, J. Edgar Hoover. All right, proceed.
All right, so each simulation exercise involved 7 teams, each composed of 2 to 3 people. The teams were constructed to allow players considerable flexibility to adopt different identities at different points in the game. Using a matrix game format, the teams were 1, the Trump campaign, Team Trump; 2, the Biden campaign, Team Biden; 3, Republican elected officials; 4, Democrat elected officials; 5, career federal government employees, civilian and military, and political appointees; 6, media, right-wing, left-wing, and mainstream; and 7, the public. This team consisted of polling experts. Teams were made up of participants with real life experience in the types of roles they were asked to play. Under the rules of the Matrix game, teams presented with the initial scenario could take any action they wanted. The chances of success of each team action were determined based on robust argumentation among all teams and the adjudication of a white cell, as well as a randomizing factor based on dice rolls. It is important to note that the exercises were not designed to model or simulate legal strategy, but rather to better understand the potential political mobilization and media dynamics surrounding potential election contestation and how candidates might exercise political power to achieve a win.
Right, and it was a potential electoral contestation, right? Because that it all boils down to those electoral votes, and especially the electoral vote that happened on J6.
Wow. All right, so key insights from the scenario exercises. The scenario planning exercises were conducted in June of 2020. Developments since then have only confirmed that there is every reason to be concerned that our electoral rules and norms are under threat. In an interview with Chris Wallace, President Trump suggested that he might not abide by the results of the election if he loses. The president deployed agents from Homeland Security to Portland to suppress racial justice protesters, a move that outraged many, including the Republican former head of Homeland Security, and indicates President Trump's appetite to deploy federal agents even against the will of the local elected officials. He has announced plans to expand this deployment to blue cities in swing states, raising the specter of electoral intimidation. President Trump has speculated about whether the election should be postponed, and Attorney General Bill Barr expressed confusion about whether the date of the election could be moved. As a legal matter, only Congress can move the day of the presidential election. Trump also demanded that the election results be called immediately on Election Day, e.g., before all mail-in ballots can be counted. And the director of the National Counterintelligence and Security Center in the Office of the Director of National, the ODNI, issued a statement warning that foreign countries are again trying to interfere in the U.S. election.
Hold on really quick. I just want to read the excerpt here about a Matrix game, because I think most people probably don't know what a Matrix game is. So it says a Matrix game approach emphasizes and facilitates creativity and dynamic interaction between teams representing major stakeholder groups. Participants make multifaceted, competitive arguments about not only their own intended actions, but also the actions of each of their allies, partners, and competitors. The interactive contests of ideas design forces players design sorry the interactive the in the iterative contest of ideas design forces players to interrogate and critique actions in real time, which provides insight not only into what could happen, but also the reactions those actions may elicit. The gameplay focuses on players' intentions, which makes this modality useful for analyzing competing strategies. So it's a game, basically. Like, they literally game it all out to figure out how Trump's going to respond, how the public's going to respond, how everyone's going to respond, so that they can, when they move forward, they can make sure they make all the moves that are going to be the most accurate. And the one thing I find kind of interested in this, I don't know what kind of technologies they're using, or if they're using data, but it would be interesting to find out if they're using any AI or data when they're doing these Matrix games.
Most likely, yeah.
Are you ready?
Yeah, Kim.
Okay, so
Yeah, Kim, you got some background noise going on sometimes. I just wanted to, I know you probably can't hear it, but yeah, go ahead.
I think that might be my husband in the background. I'll tell him to shut up.
Brigadier General.
All right. Hang on, please.
All right, I'll just pick up for a
Well,
little bit while Kim's getting that situated. So 2 words of caution about the findings from the exercises. First, TIP intentionally did not game level strategies in any detail. Litigation will be an important part of the strategy for both sides, but we did not attempt to pass judgment on whether any particular claims or tactics would prevail. One question is whether a candidate is able to convince the state legislature to send a package of electoral college votes inconsistent with the certified popular vote. Even if a court disapproved of this action, Congress might nonetheless consider those votes on January 6th. Second, the exercises were not able to fully capture the ways in which the media will shape and drive public opinion, or how specific media outlets would cover events differently and drive increasingly partisan responses. Social media, in particular, will undoubtedly play a heavy role in how the public perceives the outcome of the election. Political operatives, both domestic and foreign, will likely attempt to use social media to sow discord and even move people to violence. I mean, listen to that one, guys. Social media companies' policy and enforcement decisions will be consequential, and merits further exploration and consideration. Wow. I mean, that one there, where they're talking about these domestic and foreign operatives that are going to sow uh, discord and encourage people to violence on social media around the election time period. I mean, that's pretty crazy right there. That actually, I mean, that right there is pretty intense. And then they talk about how social media companies have these policies, and we know that through the EIP, social media was removing a bunch of tweets and posts that these guys didn't want to go viral, that affected their narrative control. And one of the things that they really heavily censored was actually the Sunrise Zoom calls and information that I had broke in October of 2020. It was actually number 8 out of the top 10 most suppressed stories. You know, they removed almost 500,000 tweets pertaining to the Zoom calls. So, I mean, it just goes to show, like, it completely went in line with what happened. The top line findings are here. While not directly the subject of the scenario planning exercises, in debriefings, our participants almost all raised questions about whether Trumpism would survive a Trump loss. We include a summary of that discussion in Appendix C. 1. Campaign decisions about whether to contest the election are likely to be political calculations rather than calculations based on legal rules alone. Election lawyers use the term margin of litigation to describe the range of reported vote tallies that would provoke legal action. Thinking about the upcoming presidential election, the more important concept might be the margin of contestation. In other words, what combination of factors might lead a candidate to conclude that contesting the election is or is not in his interest? This is a dynamic and unpredictable calculation because the outcome is likely to be fought not only in the court but by counting ballots, but possibly also in state legislatures, in Congress, and on the streets. What happens before Election Day will, to a large extent, determine the margin of contestation. Reporters, pollsters, pundits, political parties, and many others will communicate confidence or concern about the legitimacy of the election. Viral social memes will play a role as well. So they're just talking about how important public perception is going into the election and how that will shape how this all plays out, because like I said, they're very concerned, more or less, about the public perception, even more so than, you know, any of this other stuff. So during the exercises, winning the narrative emerged as a potentially decisive factor. Notice that. So that was winning the narrative was a potentially decisive factor. Either side can expand or contract the margin of contestation if they succeed in substantially changing how key decision makers and the public view the facts. the risks of action or inaction or external events such as civil unrest. An integrated strategy of legal contestation, political leadership, mass mobilization, and messaging is much stronger, and Team Trump often had the advantage because they could rely on Fox News, a significant and committed base, and loyalties from law enforcement agencies. Team Biden often had the majority of the public on its side, and the ability to mobilize resentment about the structural disenfranchisement in the way we conduct presidential elections. So wow, just I kind of want to, just kind of reset the room and give everyone a little bit of a context of what we're talking about right now. We're talking about simulations that the Transition Integrity Project ran on the election for 2020, and they game theoried out how to essentially make sure that Trump was going to lose and that Biden would be the next president. And they did this under the guise of saying that they were protecting democracy, in the way that they were protecting Trump from stealing the election. And this was all before the election, months before the election. I
I
mean,
love how
anyone
they
else?
use the I love how they use the quotes around facts, narratives and facts.
Exactly. Like these quote unquote facts these facts are going to be a large, it's going to have a large impact on who's going to win, right? So that was like a very, it says, winning the narrative emerged as a potentially decisive factor. So they know that whoever wins the narrative is going to have a better outcome in the end. So let's keep going. Are you able to pick up now, Kim? Or
Yes, I am. I sufficiently yelled at him.
okay. So I'm at TIP's exercises suggest that President Trump may expand the margin.
Gotcha. Yep.
Yeah.
Okay, so
You got it?
TIP exercises suggests that President Trump may expand the margin of contestation primarily by contesting the legality of the votes cast, e.g., by alleging fraudulent mail-in ballots, voting by ineligible voters, etc. Meanwhile, former Vice President Biden may expand the margin of contestation by highlighting voter suppression by the GOP, purges of voter rolls, shutting down of polling places, failure to fund election administration, ID and other verification requirements, intimidation of voters, etc. Biden may also be able to expand the margin of contestation by questioning the overall legitimacy of a system that doesn't require the winner to get a majority of the popular vote, or by decrying how President Trump uses the power of the presidency to manipulate the process. Both sides may expand the margin of contestation by questioning the credibility of reported results, if, for example, they believe or merely assert that foreign interference or other factors compromise the integrity of the vote count. The conditions and the mood of the country will also inform whether and how candidates assess the windows of contestation. We could be facing an alarming second wave of COVID-19, rising unemployment, a cratering stock market, growing evictions, civil unrest, and even political violence. President Trump may be seen as an asset or as a liability to down ballot Republican candidates. The political commitment or desperation of rank and file members of each party will not just reflect the actions of leadership, but may drive those actions as well. A close election will by definition be a fluid situation. 2, a close and contested election may be resolved through the exercise of power, not through the courts. The scenario exercises developed by TIP were designed to encourage both the Biden and Trump teams to pursue plausible but aggressive actions in order to win. The exercises demonstrated that very first move by each candidate was often decisive, It established a narrative and overall strategy. In all 4 of the exercises TIP conducted, Team Trump immediately adopted a strategy of casting doubt on the official election results, even in the one scenario where he later accepted a loss. Team Trump also encountered chaos and violence in the streets and aimed to provoke Team Biden into subverting norms, even as Team Trump itself sabotaged traditional norms, so that Team Biden could be accused of hypocrisy or illegality. During the exercises, Team Trump and the GOP elected officials took the following steps: calling for recounts in all states in which victory was not already apparent, launching coordinated investigations at the state and federal levels into alleged voting irregularities in an effort to undermine public confidence in results that did not go Trump's way and or alter the results, attempting to halt the counting of mail-in ballots by filing cases in state court or leaning on Republican leaders to stop vote counting or to certify a result early, without waiting for the certified results from the Secretary of State, turning out their well-organized and committed base to take to the streets in Trump's favor, in part by disseminating disinformation about the danger posed by pro-Biden demonstrators, e.g. by suggesting like Antifa violence, etc. Relying on both Fox News and right-wing social media to echo and amplify pro-Trump messages and facilitate the harassment and bullying of election officials to cause chaos and delay and or to intimidate officials into taking action that benefit Team Trump. Using federal agencies to justify or support Trump campaign tactics. In one of the more aggressive moves undertaken in one of the TIP exercises, Team Trump had Attorney General Bill Barr order the seizure of mail-in ballots to ensure that vote counting would stop.
Real quick, before I go into the restaurant here, what you just talked about as far as like threatening the poll workers. So in the document, the count, which was, we believe at this point, like the message to the ground teams on how to basically ensure that this was pulled off, was they had specific trainings around ignoring anybody that challenges what's going on at the poll. So essentially, they had this extensive training on how to keep a straight face no matter what they're saying, ignore what they're saying, just keep doing your job, so on and so forth. That was a big piece of it. And what they did was and just like we demonstrated what happened in Pennsylvania, and what Millie and I have been looking at over the last few days, were all these different organizations that were targeting younger people, like in college and such, to be poll workers. And it was sponsored by some of the biggest corporations out there. A lot of these different efforts, we found, I don't know, probably 8 or 10 different organizations. And what they were doing was essentially bringing them in to be as poll workers, a lot of them obviously favorable to the leftist cause, and then training them how to basically ignore any kind of challenges that were going on at the polls during this time. So it's very important to add that context to what Kim just read. Anyway, keep going.
Well, really quick, I want to just remind everyone, please help share this space right now. Go to Trash's Twitter space, or his tweet of this Twitter space. Please share it out, retweet it, share it. Let everyone know they need to hear this information. This is huge information. This is, you have been blessed by finding this this information, but other people out there are looking for answers as well as to what happened pertaining to January 6th. So share the love, share the love. This will be, if anything, a gift to others this Christmas, this holiday, to give them the truth of what really happened. So yeah, please share,
Yeah,
retweet, and
Millie,
comment
they
below.
can just click the little bubble at the bottom. So if they just go down to the bottom, the bubble on the right-hand side, and just click retweet the space right there.
Yes, thank you. Because remember, we need to be tweeting to our representatives, tweeting to other big conservatives with big platforms, letting them know about all this information so that there can be a proper congressional investigation into these groups that did this. Please continue, Kim.
In TIP's exercises, when Team Trump was behind in the popular vote, they moved quickly to try to shift the narrative and alter the standards of proof. Their strategy was to force Team Biden to prove a negative, that there was not election fraud. The exercises suggest that Trump and his supporters are likely to engage in an orchestrated disinformation campaign to shape the public perception. In fact, misperception of the facts underpinning a dispute over electoral results. In TIP's exercises, once a narrative took hold, casting the election results into doubt, Team Trump was able to successfully convince GOP controlled state legislatures to submit separate slates of electors declaring Trump the winner. Biden's strategic assets included Democratic governors and secretaries of state in swing states, notably in North Carolina, Michigan, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin. A broadly shared sense in the Democratic Party that current voting systems, as well as the Electoral College, are structurally anti-democratic, and a widespread and deeply held desire on the part of Democrats nationwide to move on from the chaos of the Trump administration. In all the scenarios examined in TIP's exercises, even as votes were still being counted, Team Biden moved quickly to try to project an ability to govern by announcing cabinet nominees, an agenda for the first 100 days, and bipartisan support for its administration. During the exercises, Team Biden and Democratic elected officials took the following steps: organizing 1,000 influencers to denounce efforts to steal the election, organizing all living presidents to stand with Biden and denounce Trump administration's efforts to subvert the democratic process, recruiting moderate Republican governors such as Baker from Massachusetts and Hogan from Maryland to form an election protection coalition, working with local Democratic elected officials to call on the Adjutant General of the National Guard, along with representatives from the technology sector to monitor vote counting, organizing a bipartisan National Day of Restoration of Democracy and a National Day of Unity, both including faith leaders, attempting a Capitol strike and a work stoppage as part of an overall effort to push corporate leaders to insist that all ballots be counted.
All right, so pause really quick. Did anyone else notice, so earlier on in the document, they talked about Republican governors participating in the simulation exercises. And now here they're saying, that the Biden team could be recruiting Republican governors such as Baker and Hogan to form an election protection coalition. I wonder if they're essentially kind of, I wonder if this points to if Baker and Hogan were the Republican governors they spoke about in the earlier part in this document that were participating in the simulation exercises.
It's surprising to me that the people that are involved in these activities aren't seeing the just complete and total destruction of actual democracy here. I mean, I don't know. All right. So during TIP's exercises, these moves had limited ability to stop Team Trump's push to discredit or contest the results. The one exception was in the scenario described in more detail later, where Biden won the popular vote by a large margin but still lost the Electoral College, and the response was aggressive and coordinated. Team Trump was consistently more ruthless than Team Biden, more willing to ignore existing democratic norms, to make use of disinformation, to deploy federal agencies to promote Trump's personal and electoral interest, and to engage in intimidation campaigns. Team Biden generally felt constrained by a commitment to norms and a desire to tamp down violence and reduce instability. At the same time, the scenario exercises also revealed that for many Democrats and key Democratic constituencies, this election represents an existential crisis. The last chance to stop a rapid and potentially irreversible U.S. decline into authoritarianism and unbridled nativism. Some participants in the exercises observed that if former President Biden wins the popular vote but loses the Electoral College, there will be political pressures from the Democratic Party's rank and file and from independent grassroots organizations to prevent a second Trump term. In the scenario that most closely mirrored the 2016 election results, e.g., the Democratic candidate wins the popular vote but loses the electoral college. Team Biden pushed to overturn certified results in states with Democratic governors and negotiated hard for permanent structure reforms in exchange for recognition of a Trump victory. To take this more robust action, Team Biden had to deliver a united Democratic front, which meant coordinating effectively with state party officials as well as with grassroots and activist organizations. While most participants believe that the Trump campaign has the real life capacity to mobilize and to a significant extent steer and control the actions of Trump supporters, several participants expressed serious doubt about the ability of the Biden campaign to either mobilize or control left-wing activists. They also expressed doubt that Team Trump's future willingness to honor any agreements made during the election period. The period from November 4th to December 14th sets the stage for a potential fight in the Congress on January 6, 2021. The scenario exercises did not have adequate representation from individual states to adequately understand how the full range of state-based institutions and actors will likely conduct themselves. Teams were often able to convince state legislatures or governors to submit a slate of electors, contrary to the popular vote. But it isn't clear how realistic this political possibility is, or if it is being actively considered by either campaign. Number 3, as an incumbent unbound by norms, President Trump has a huge advantage. TIP's scenario exercises underscored a basic truth. An incumbent running for re-election can use the powers of the presidency to great advantage, particularly if traditional norms are viewed as unimportant and the incumbent is willing to take the risk that a court will eventually rule his actions to be unlawful. The exercise identified the following presidential powers as most likely to be misused to manipulate electoral outcomes or disrupt the transition. The president's ability to federalize the National Guard or invoke the Insurrection Act to deploy active duty military domestically. His ability to launch investigations into opponents, and his ability to use Department of Justice and or intelligence agencies to cast doubt on election results or discredit his opponents. The president and key members of his administration can also reference classified documents without releasing them, manipulate the classified information, or selectively release classified documents for political purposes, fueling manufactured rumors. Participants note that additional presidential powers subject to misuse include the ability to freeze assets of individuals and groups the president determines to be a threat, and his ability to restrict internet communications in the name of national security. Many participants expressed concern that the Department of Justice has been politicized and would be used to provide legal cover for the president's actions. In one TIP simulation, the teams playing the Department of Justice and the Postmaster General took action to seize ballots going through the mail, allegedly to safeguard the ballots pursuant to a fraud investigation. The elections also demonstrated that there is a considerable room to use foreign interference, real or invented, as a pretext to cast doubt on the election results, or more generally to create uncertainty about the legitimacy of the election. Sorry, I take a sip of water. The scenario exercises revealed very few meaningful checks on Team Trump's executive authorities from GOP members of Congress or from political appointees in federal agencies. During the TIP exercises, teams playing GOP elected officials and political appointees most often acted in lockstep to support Team Trump. Where the GOP broke ranks, it could be decisive. There was one instance where 4 GOP senators broke with Trump when the Congress considered the slate of electors, handing the victory to Biden. The one area of genuine uncertainty related to whether Team Trump could convince the military to deploy active duty troops domestically. In the scenario, the military refused to support Team Trump, but there was a concern that this reflected recency bias, given that the exercises were run shortly after participants observed the military's cautiousness in the wake of June 1st, 2020's events in Lafayette Square. Okay, can you take over for a minute?
Yes, absolutely. Okay, so
We're at
4.
number 4.
Yeah. 4. A show of numbers in the streets and actions in the streets may be decisive factors in determining what the public perceives as a just and legitimate outcome. Wow, that's very interesting. There's the moral high ground that we were talking about surrounding J6 and how that happened. During TIP's exercises, Team Biden almost always called for and relied on mass protests to demonstrate the public's commitment to a legitimate outcome, and with the objective of hardening the resolve of Democratic elected officials to fight and take action, and to dramatize the stakes. As a practical matter, however, participants in the exercise noted that racial justice activists and others will likely act independently of the Biden campaign. Players repeatedly cautioned that these social movements are independent and not beholden to or a tool of the Democratic Party. Their support or Biden's ability to mobilize them cannot be taken for granted. Note, leaders of these grassroots movements were not well represented in the simulation exercises, so the scenario exercises did not robustly test their likely receptivity to a Biden call to take to the streets or to the Biden campaign's ability to control these actors once mobilized. If anything, the scale of recent demonstrations has increased the stakes for the Democratic Party to build strong ties with grassroots organizations and be responsive to the movement's demands. In addition, the exercises suggest that there is a significant possibility of simultaneous street mobilizations by both Trump and Biden supporters, in which case the possibility for violence will increase significantly and the actions of law enforcement will become critical. Of note here, TIP's scenario exercise suggests that President Trump and his more fervent supporters have every incentive to try to turn peaceful pro-Biden or anti-Trump protesters violent in order to generate evidence that the Democratic victory is tantamount to mob rule. In the recent past, President Trump has on numerous occasions called on Second Amendment people to defend their rights and has called on his supporters to liberate states with restrictive COVID-19 related rules. Trump can rely on surrogates to embed operatives inside protests to encourage violent action, and he can mobilize a range of law enforcement actors, including National Guard troops, whether federalized or under the control of GOP governors, who might, without proper training or if led by politicized actors, escalate matters. In some scenarios examined by TIP, Team Trump succeeded in invoking the Insurrection Act and sending active duty military troops into U.S. cities to restore order, protect voting places, or confiscate fraudulent ballots. Trump is likely to prioritize his personal interests in the transition period. TIP constructed scenarios intended to illuminate issues in the transition period, but during the exercise, the active teams spent most of their time contesting the election results. As a result, the insight on the formal transition are somewhat limited. Nevertheless, a few themes emerged. Take the money and run. Participants in the scenario exercises universally believed that self-preservation for President Trump and his family will be Trump's first and possibly only priority if he is forced to concede electoral defeat. Before he leaves office, he might maximize the flow of federal money into Trump businesses. Moves played: direct COVID-19 relief package for Trump hotels, relocate to Mar-a-Lago for the final months of his presidency, negotiate business deals with foreign countries, and purge documents that might incriminate foreign governments and business partners, for example, documents related to Jamal Khashoggi's murder. President Trump could also launch his next business venture from the White House. Speculations include MAGA TV, possibly by Trump's son-in-law, Jared Kushner. Next bullet point, pardon everyone. In almost every TIP scenario, Team Trump executed or prepared for the pardons of relatives, campaign associates, and himself. Players took different approaches in each of the scenarios. In one scenario, Trump resigned on January 19, 2021, trusting that Pence would sign the pardons. In another scenario, Trump executed his own pardon. In the debrief, participants noted that the pardons could be challenged only after he leaves office and someone files charges. Even with an expansive understanding of pardon powers, Trump can't absolve himself of state crimes. He could, however, impugn the character of state officials, including, for instance, the character of New York State Attorney Letitia James, who has publicly threatened legal action against President Trump when he leaves office. He will certainly try to establish a narrative in advance that any effort to hold him or his allies accountable for wrongdoing and illegality is politically motivated revenge. Jeez Louise. I mean, doesn't it just seem like our whole reality is just being scripted by these people? I mean, it's
Well,
crazy.
and that's what I find so disturbing, Billy, right? Is that here we were when this, think about what we were doing, right? When this article or whatever this was happening, right? Like, and they were literally sitting there wargaming it. And arguably, like, this is, I don't even know. It's so beyond frustrating.
Absolutely. All right, I'll continue. Wag the dog / spark a foreign adventure. There was quite a bit of speculation that Trump might himself initiate a foreign crisis shortly after the election or during the transition, perhaps to change the media narrative around a contested election, attempt to rally nationalist feelings to himself, or placate foreign leaders to whom he may feel beholden, such as Vladimir Putin. Some participants noted that in the event of political chaos in the United States, certain U.S. adversaries might be emboldened to act opportunistically, especially if electoral contestation was generating uncertainty about who precisely was acting as commander in chief. From a national security perspective, participants expressed concern about U.S. vulnerability during a contested election. Next, destroy evidence. In an effort to preserve the president's legacy and thwart future criminal investigations, Trump ordered numerous documents destroyed in several of his exercises. Team Trump also classified many more documents as top secret and expanded the use of non-disclosure agreements. Disrupt the transition process. In several of the TIP exercises, Team Trump refused to provide clearances or briefings for proposed members of the incoming Biden administration, offering only what is already in the public domain. Team Trump attempted to discredit the transition team. Quote, we're cooperating, but not with the Democrat Antifa agents, end quote. In a debrief, one participant expressed concern that Attorney General Barr could launch a bogus investigation into terrorist ties of the Biden transition team in order to justify surveillance or facilitate a false flag operation before the election or when the election is still being contested. Others voiced the concern that if Trump loses badly, he could quit on the spot, making Vice President Pence interim president during the transition period. Few participants found it plausible to envision a defeated Trump gracefully engaging in the customary rite of passing the baton to the next president on inauguration day. Okay,
Well,
so that
and
was
I just want to point out, Millie, and this was completely opposite of what Trump was saying in the media, that he was more than willing to, if he lost the election justly, right, that he was more than willing to leave the presidency, right? But if it wasn't just, like, we all should have been up in arms about the unjust election.
Yeah, so this is basically them just running various simulations and scenarios, and I think that this is just a common thing that they found in their own scenarios that they were running. And so I also found it interesting. They mentioned about facilitating a false flag operation before the election or when the election is still being contested. I found that kind of interesting because some people have basically said that, the whole storming of the Capitol was a false flag. Okay, so during several of the TIP exercises, Team Biden attempted to enter into negotiations with Team Trump about a pardon and graceful transition, but those overtures were consistently rejected. In multiple instances, Team Biden offered to talk about pardons. In one instance, Team Biden's strategy, in anticipation of an ultimate loss, was to strengthen its hand in order to negotiate a package of structural reforms to the democratic system, including making D.C. and Puerto Rico states, abolishing the Electoral College, and requiring Supreme Court justices to retire at 70. It is not clear whether the failure to compromise during these scenario exercises should be viewed as predictive of likely future behavior by Trump and his representatives, or whether the game structure of the scenario exercises rewarded partisan actions. What is clear is that if he is faced with having to negotiate an exit package with the incoming Biden team, President Trump has incentives to increase the chaos or damage to the institutions during the transition process in order to improve his negotiating leverage regarding that exit package.
The selfishness of these people, they're really not thinking about the country at all. It's by any means necessary, whether it be burn the whole damn thing down, they are going to get him.
Right. And I think that also when they're running these scenarios, if you think about it, as much as they're trying to be like, they brought on Republicans, right? Republican governors and Republicans as well that hated Trump. But no matter what, I think that their exercise is always going to be a little bit skewed off because every single one of them running these scenarios are people who hate Trump. So even their own decision making is probably going to be slightly clouded by their belief of what Trump is or isn't. That's why I was wondering if they were using any type of data or AI or some kind of data from like Trump, like analyzing all of Trump's social media posts, all of his statements to try to predict him, because it just seems like that wouldn't be the most effective thing, is to just rely on their own opinions of him and how he would behave versus how he actually would if they behaviorally modeled him out using AI. Go ahead, Jen.
Yeah, I mean, Millie, they're calling this a simulation, right? And I really think they do that. And this, I also think this about Event 201. I really think this was them. I mean, I don't think it was a simulation for them. I think they knew that Trump was going to win the election, right? All signs pointed to that. I think they knew that like how we were going to react, right? Which would cause the false flag event of January 6th. Right. And I really think like, yeah, these are quote unquote simulations, but I think this is literally them playing this out so they're prepared for what is coming. So like almost like a mock training, right? I understand they're calling it simulation, but I really think they're just trying to act out every single possibility so that like they're ready to go to fortify the election. What was this in? Well, this was in June, so by November, this plan was going to be put into place because I really think Trump won that election in a landslide.
Right. Everything you see in the simulations is them kind of planning for these mail-in ballots to make a huge shift, and so I think that really points to it as well. But anyway, let's keep going. Let's go into this document. Recommendations to avoid a crisis. The recommendations below are preliminary, and TIP is actively seeking feedback on these recommendations, which will be revised as needed based on input received. Some of these recommendations are already being contemplated and implemented by independent organizations. TIP has no role in advising campaigns on strategy, and the campaigns will take independent actions. The draft recommendations below are directed at government officials, civil society actors, and other stakeholders concerned with safeguarding the integrity of the 2020 election and transition process, which is interesting because we know the other document, the count, which is kind of like a calling, a call to action for the ground troops. That's written all by campaign officials, so Democrat campaign officials. Go ahead, Trash.
Yeah, hey guys, I'm still here. Sorry I haven't been more active. Like I said, I had this company lunch sprung up on me. I'm in at the steakhouse, but I wanted to come out and check on you guys, see how things were going. And I think it's a perfect time to bring up the fact that if you guys have just joined the space, go down and check out the chat. I linked a couple documents that Millie released that she discovered during the Sunrise Zoom calls, but the count specifically, right? So like they're saying that like no, this was nonpartisan, blah blah, or bipartisan, and it's this is just game theory. We're just gaming this out. Except for when you read the count, you understand completely that they built this from the ground up back in June, released it in August, and then in October 14th, the count was released to the ground troops to mobilize and start basically fortifying the election, then to also fortify and change public perception that maybe December 8th, we need to go past December 8th. Maybe we got to go past January 20th. We have to count all these votes because every vote must be counted. And this entire effort was outlined in that document as well. So awesome, guys. Like I said, I'm still here. I'm just at this last minute company lunch. So I'll be back on in probably about 30 or 40 minutes, but I just wanted to touch base and say hi, everybody. So thanks.
Hey, Josh,
Exactly.
check out your text they just sent you.
Will do.
Also, it's important to note that the document, The Count, which was written by Democrat campaign officials, high-level officials, that document cites Transition Integrity Project numerous times, and it reads like basically the ground troops marching orders of what was discussed over this basically these simulation exercises that were conducted by the Transition Integrity Project. And what's key is in the document, The Count, how they literally directly mention that on January 6th that they've already mapped it out to know that Trump would have actually had an advantage had the electoral votes been allowed to happen on January 6th. So they actually specifically say that they have to physically, forcefully shut down that meeting on January 6th by having protesters stage protests inside the Capitol and go into the Capitol and physically shut it down and prevent it from happening. So, I mean, they pretty much map out exactly the scenarios, and that was like their nightmare situation that they wanted to try to shut down. So, okay, go ahead, Bree.
Hey guys, sorry I'm in the middle of like moving bales and tractor work on the farm, but I wanted to pop in because, listening to you guys talk about the transition period and having people join Biden's transition team prior to the votes even being done or having been counted, triggered a memory from early in November, when the chief of staff for Governor Kate Brown put out a press release, and they said that, so his name is Nick Blossier, and he moved from being chief of staff for Governor Kate Brown in Oregon to Biden's transition team on November 12th. So right in the middle of still counting the votes, this happened. And it just reminds me a lot of like Event 201, where you run these, scenarios and these sort of playbooks, but then, many of those sort of simulations play out in real world events. Thanks. I just wanted to point that out, and I put the press release down in the purple pill. Thanks, guys.
Awesome. Thank you. All right. So I'm going to kind of pick back up here. So it says 1, the plan for a contested election. There will likely not be an election night this year. Unprecedented numbers of voters are expected to use mail-in ballots, which will almost certainly delay the certified result for days or weeks. A delay provides a window for campaigns, the media, or others to cast doubt on the integrity of the process and for escalating tensions between competing camps. As a legal matter, a candidate unwilling to concede can contest the election into January. Everyone interested in protecting the legitimacy of the election and transition planning processes needs to make plans now for how to respond in the event of a crisis. If there is a crisis, events will unfold quickly, and sleep-deprived leaders will be asked to make consequential decisions quickly. Thinking through options now will help to ensure better decisions. Planners need to take seriously the notion that this may well be a street fight, not a legal battle. Technocratic solutions, courts, and a reliance on elites observing norms are not the answer here. Dedicated staff and resources need to be in place at least through the end of January. The news media has a particular responsibility to ready the public for the possibility that results will not be known on election night. To communicate election results accurately and to plan to cover a contested election in a manner that reduces rather than inflames tensions. Focus on readiness in the states, providing political support for a complete and accurate count. Get it right here to avoid a crisis. Our decentralized election system places great power in the hands of state actors, including governors, secretaries of states, attorney general, and legislatures. Election officials will need political and public support to see the process through to its conclusion. State and local election officials need to communicate with the public ahead of time, clarifying how ballots will be counted, when results might be known, and how disputes will be resolved. State actors should understand and use the legal remedies available under state law to address confusion and questions about the count. State actors, particularly those in swing states, should ask, what are specific political incentives for certain actions in the post-electoral period in their state? What is the risk that the state legislature or the governor would certify a result at odds with a popular vote? What are the risks that a complete count would be thwarted? What is the history of hate crimes and other acts of targeted violence? Who are the key influencers in the media among local activists who can affect political perceptions and mobilize political action? Can they be approached and briefed on these issues now to establish pre-commitments to playing a constructive role in the event of a contested election? Groups, coalitions, and networks should be preparing now to establish the necessary communications and organizing infrastructure to support mass mobilization. If there is a crisis, almost every strategy to protect the democratic process is dependent on mass mobilization, and in particular on people taking peacefully to the streets in large numbers, potentially for an extended period. Large base building groups on the progressive side will need to anchor this strategy, but their success will likely depend on supporting and resourcing new and emerging racial justice leaders, many of whom are not affiliated with formal institutions and coalitions. I found this paragraph interesting, because it's exactly like one of the talking points that I heard some of the Shut Down DC, Lisa Fithian, some of the leftist Antifa groups were talking about in the Zoom calls, were saying that they were going to be preparing for large, sustained, extended protests. So that was one of the things they were preparing for. Okay, so name the elephant in the room. President Trump is not running a normal re-election campaign. There is a difference between running for re-election and attempting to stay in power through any means possible. A norm disregarding incumbent has assets that can influence the outcome. President Trump's actions and statements over the course of his presidency raise serious concerns about whether he will observe the norms of our electoral system. Everyone, particularly the media and nonpartisan actors, should avoid both sidism, the instinct to appear neutral by sorry, I got a spam call. Everyone, particularly the media and nonpartisan actors, should avoid both sidism, the instinct to appear neutral, by posting false equivalencies between major and minor norm breaches or illegalities. Of particular concern are the president's ability to federalize the National Guard, to deploy the military domestically, to launch investigations into opponents and to freeze their assets, and even to control communication in the name of national security. Well, gee, that's interesting, guys, because we know that Trump really wanted to call in the National Guard, and that it was Nancy Pelosi and her Sergeant of Arms that were highly against it. And we know that this storming of the Capitol would not have taken place had the National Guard been called in for January 6th. The politicization of the Department of Justice adds an additional worrying dimension, including whether or how the agency could provide legal cover for the president's actions. In July, the Department of Homeland Security deployed federal agents to Portland, Oregon, under questionable legal authority and again the will of local officials. Agents detained people and used tear gas, rubber bullets, and acoustic weapons on protesters. This follows the well-publicized and broadly condemned actions in Lafayette Square in June, where National Guard troops and U.S. Park Police used tear gas on protesters in order to allow President Trump to have a photo op in front of a church. Congressional.
Hold on a
Yeah.
second, Millie. I got to jump in here. So I want everyone to like know what they're talking about, right? And Millie, correct me if I'm wrong. They're talking about when they were burning down the city of Portland, and they created a non-governmental zone called Chaz. And then they were also talking about Lafayette Square, where protesters tried to break into through the grounds of the White House when Trump was in there. And I believe that Trump actually had to be moved to a bunker, and that's where we got that famous video of Trump walking out with the Bible to St. John's Church. So they are acting like, oh my God, the big bad Trump sent in the National Guards. Like their failure to at least say like there were violent protests that needed the National Guard. I mean, it's kind of ironic.
Exactly. And I think that's why when I first originally, saw all the Sunrise Zoom calls and the conversations they were having when they were talking about taking over government buildings, although they did have like a blueprint of the White House and the White House grounds, they also had this really detailed ArcGIS map of the Capitol building all super redlined out as like their target. But I kind of assumed that they were probably really talking also about the White House because of the recent attempts of their organizations to take over the White House. So I thought, okay, they're going to try to take over the White House, but kind of overlooking some of the massive information that was there pertaining to the Capitol building and taking over the Capitol, and how they even have a map of that as their target. So, and then all throughout the documents,
And
they talk about the Capitol.
yeah, and to the fact that on January 6th, I mean, what they're referring to is pretty much what happened on January 6th, where they were firing onto peaceful protesters outside the building. And they, again, once again, they do as we get accused of, even though they're the ones actually committing the crimes.
Right, exactly. All right, so I'm going to continue. Congressional leaders should conduct oversight hearings, set clear expectations ahead of time about the conduct of the election, and seek advance assurances from the military and agency heads about their plans and conduct. The Department of Homeland Security should be pushed to more vigorously investigate and publicize evidence of foreign interference. Military and law enforcement leaders need to be particularly attuned to the possibility that partisan actors will seek to manipulate or misuse their coercive powers for inappropriate political ends. Concretely, at both the state and federal level, partisan actors, including President Trump himself, may seek to deploy law enforcement, National Guard troops, and potentially active duty military under the Insurrection Act to restore order in a manner that primarily benefits one candidate, or to participate in efforts that interrupt the process to count ballots. Military and law enforcement leaders need to plan now for these possibilities to avoid becoming unwitting pawns of a partisan battle. Civil servants, which this is so interesting because now we kind of see why the mentality of Nancy Pelosi and these Democrats, why they were like, no, we're not going to allow Trump to call in the National Guard to keep the peace at the Capitol. It was multifold. They didn't want to allow him to be able to keep things secure. They didn't want him to be able to secure ballots that might be fraudulent. And they wanted to be able to shut down the meeting at the Capitol, according to the other document, the count. Civil cert.
Well, and
Yeah.
Millie, when they talk about, things that we have at our disposal, I would include social media as part of that, because one of the best ways for us to get our messages out was through social media. So I would, when they're talking about the military stepping in, I don't think it was just for like violence, because they needed to shut down our ability to get the message out, which because mainstream media was not going to help us, was social media.
Right. And what they're saying here is they're actually advising not to allow Trump to call National Guard. They didn't want him to have the National Guard involved. They wanted to try to start with this narrative that Trump's going to use the National Guard as an abuse and that they need to push back against that. Okay, so I'm going to continue. Civil servants should be educated about their legal obligations to uphold the Constitution. Those who speak out about abuses of power may need political protection and support and legal assistance as they may face retaliation. Journalists and independent watchdogs can begin to cultivate sources and reach stories now so that they are positioned to sound the alarm should actors inside or outside the government attempt to discredit the legitimate results of the election. Okay, interesting. Despite overwhelming evidence that voting fraud is extremely rare, falsely claiming fraud is a common tactic to undermine voter confidence in election results, and Trump is using it already. Another significant concern is that if both Trump and Biden supporters take to the streets, it will increase the risk of violent conflict, particularly since President Trump has repeatedly encouraged his supporters to take up arms. Foreign intelligence operations are also likely to attempt to stoke domestic discord. Extremists can use social media platforms and communications tools like Facebook Messenger to quickly and broadly disseminate lies and to organize people to take extreme action. We have seen this already, e.g., through hoaxes aimed at encouraging armed right-wing activists to assemble against non-existent threats. Trusted leaders in the media should publicly challenge President Trump's claims of fraud, including that all mail-in ballots are fraudulent. This should be described as the first step of strategy to interrupt or discard of election officials. Election officials, or to disregard the election officials. Election officials and others in a position to launch large public information campaigns need to explain the long tradition of absentee voting as well as the safeguards in place to secure mail-in ballots and protect the results. Public officials and law enforcement need to plan for large-scale protests, provide support for peaceful demonstrations that are protected by the First Amendment, and think carefully about how to deal quickly with violent elements, some of whom may be agent provocateurs. Interesting. Peaceful protesters will need specialized training on de-escalation and nonviolent techniques and how to document the nonviolent nature of their protests, given the likelihood that agitators will attempt to blame any violence on them. Media outlets, organizers, and campaigns need to develop strategies to both promote accurate reporting with trusted leaders and to interrupt or limit disinformation campaigns. Social media platforms should take a leadership role in ensuring, at a minimum, the safety of election workers and others involved in counting ballots by, for example, keeping personal information and accounts secure. Social media platforms should also elevate trustworthy officials and accurate information, remove lies and disinformation, and refuse to give voice to those provoking or organizing violent action. Okay. I don't know if Kim's in here anymore, but I'd like to have somebody else kind of help pick up read here.
Hey, Bree, can you help Millie read? Are you there? Never mind. No, she's probably. I can help you read, Millie. Let me pull it up. What page are you on?
I'm on page 13. I'll finish page 13, and then if you'll pick up at 14.
Got it.
Okay. So anticipate a rocky administrative transition. As is required by law, the formal transition process has already started. There are rules that ensure transition teams have access to government resources and are being briefed even if the election is still contested. But these legal protections do not guard against the potential for the reckless, self-serving actions that President Trump might take if he is on his way out of office. Transition teams will need to plan to do two things simultaneously: possibly defend against Trump's disruptive actions on his way out of office and find creative solutions to ensure landing teams are able to access the information and resources they need to begin to prepare for governing. Here, too, civil servants will need independent legal guidance and possibly whistleblower protections. They need to know what information they can and can't disclose to transition teams, how to preserve government documents, and what constitutes an unlawful instruction, and how to sound the alarm. Congressional leaders and lawyers need to anticipate that Trump will make strategic use of pardons to thwart future criminal prosecution, arrange business deals with foreign governments that benefit President Trump and his family, attempt to bribe and silence associates, declassify sensitive documents, and attempt to divert federal funds to Trump's businesses. All right, so this next part actually, I think page 14 is just, it's literally just articles. So I don't know if we're probably not going to read all these articles, but those are, you guys can find that on the document if you guys want to. They're all live links, so you can click on them, open them up, and see what they are. Yeah, so if you want to actually pick up on 15, Jen, that would probably be better. I mean, but just some of the names of those articles are like where the system may break. Experts game out what might happen if election goes off the rails. The war game maps out what happens if president contests the election. Group is
Yeah,
quietly
so
planning for what happens if Trump election is contested. So those are just articles citing.
yeah, Millie, actually, Basser just messaged me and offered to come up and read for us. So thank you so much. If you just want to request a mic and come up, Basser, I would really appreciate it, and probably everybody else in the room would.
Okay. All right, so I guess while we're waiting for him, I'll just kind of describe what the little looks like a Venn diagram. There's like a 4-circle Venn diagram on page 15, and it says game 1, ambitious result, game 2, clear Biden victory, game 3, clear Trump win, game 4, narrow Biden win.
Okay, is that where you want me to start at game 1?
No, at on page 15, Appendix C, at TIP hosted 4 separate games.
Okay. Of course, I would be a little bit nervous. First time reading on here for you guys. Okay.
Well, thank you so much for coming up. We really appreciate it.
No problem, Jen. Okay, TIP hosted 4 separate games. Key actions and insights from each turn in each game are outlined below. Turns 2 and 3 are combined in these descriptions, as all games reached a logical concluding point either at the end of turn 2 or early in turn 3. Parts of turn 3 were also used to summarize key game takeaways. These are not comprehensive descriptions, but note important moves and strategies for each game. And like up at the top, it kind of has like a little picture or graph that's kind of looks like Kamala's favorite Venn diagram kind of thing going on. Okay, game 1, ambiguous result. The first game investigated a scenario in which the outcome of the election remained unclear from election night and throughout gameplay. The election outcome turned on results of 3 states: North Carolina, Michigan, and Florida. Different combinations of outcomes from those states could result in a range of final election results, including a 269 to 269 electoral college tie. A blue shift occurred during the game whereby what initially looked like a likely Trump win shifted in the second turn in looking like a Biden win. So this says turn 1, it has in parentheses November 3rd through the 10th. The Trump campaign began the game by calling on Biden to concede based on the election night in-person voting returns, which skewed toward President Trump and the GOP. The Trump campaign also used the bully pulpit of the presidency and its influence with right-wing media to lock in the election night returns, call into question mail-in ballots, or the legitimacy of post-election day vote counts, and enlist the support of Republican officials in several states to immediately halt further vote counting. Bullet number 2. The Trump campaign team asked the Department of Justice to deploy federal agents across the nation to secure voting sites and prepare the National Guard for possible deployment to maintain order against potential protests. Attorney General Barr instructed the DOJ to support litigation that would prevent further counting of mail-in ballots. And you guys stop me anytime I say something that you want to discuss for a second, because I'm just reading. So, bullet point number 3, on election night, the Biden campaign declared that victory was imminent and called for every vote to be counted. The team mobilized a network of influential bipartisan elites, elected officials, and retired military officers to speak to the press and denounce any effort to suppress counting the vote. The Biden campaign also called for peaceful rallies, echoing a call to count every vote. Bullet point 3. GOP elected officials publicly supported Trump's victory and claims of voter fraud, but stopped short of supporting the deployment of military forces. Democrat elected officials were proactive in the states where they held offices to ensure votes would be counted and to build bipartisan coalitions to oversee and protect the count. Okay, this is term 2 and 3. First,
Really quick though, I just want to point out, like, notice one of the fallacies you hear over and over again with these Democrats is that we need to protect the vote. We need to count every vote, count every ballot. And that right there, I think that it's like a fallacy that they've wrongly ingrained in everyone's mind to think that that's democracy. Because here's the logical fallacy. Should you count every vote if not every vote is valid? If not every ballot is valid? Like, if there are fraudulent ballots, should every vote be counted? Right? So they're really good at kind of like twisting it and molding it to have this perception that they're protecting democracy by making sure every single ballot, every single vote is counted. But even the fraudulent ones,
yeah, and something I've noticed too, just among progressives that I'm around, they've made this shift into this whole every vote counts thing as far as a case against the Electoral College as well. It's just a narrative they talk all the time. But anyway, I'll continue reading. First bullet point: the Trump campaign team attempted to federalize the National Guard to end further vote counting and call on supporters to turn out in large numbers. The Biden campaign established a bipartisan transition team and mobilized supporters to ensure vote counting was completed thoroughly. Bullet 2. Officials from both parties sought to block or overturn results in key states, including seeking to use friendly state legislatures and governors to send alternative or additional sets of electors. After dice rolls, most of these efforts failed. I'm not sure what that means, but okay. Bullet point 3. As the scenario played out, North Carolina went to Biden and Florida to Trump, leaving Michigan as the deciding state. There, a rogue individual destroyed a large number of ballots believed to have supported Biden, leaving Trump a narrow electoral win. The governor of Michigan used this abnormality as justification to send a separate pro-Biden set of electors to D.C. Neither campaign was willing to accept the result and called on their supporters to turn out in the streets to sway the result. The Trump campaign team attempted to coerce or influence the individual electors. President Trump also invoked the Insurrection Act. Next bullet point. The outcome of the scenario hinged on how the elected officials from the two parties addressed the separate slate of electors from Michigan. GOP officials asserted that as the president of the Senate, Vice President Pence could legally choose to accept or reject electors as he wished. There was no clear resolution of the conflict in the January 6th joint session of Congress. The partisans on both sides were still claiming victory, leading to the problem of two claims to commander-in-chief in power, including access to the nuclear codes, at noon on January 20th. Game 2. Clear Biden victory. In this scenario, Biden won outright in the Electoral College and the popular vote. The Trump campaign initially contested the outcome of the vote. Once it became clear that efforts to overturn that outcome were unlikely to succeed, the Trump campaign pivoted to a strategy of self-preservation and limiting future legal liability. Turn 1. The Trump campaign initially alleged massive fraud and called for joint DNI DOJ investigations into election results. These allegations were reinforced by GOP elected officials. Both the Trump campaign and the GOP team called on media to cast doubt on the outcomes. Unlike in other scenarios, they never attempted to get state legislators to repudiate the certified popular vote in the states or to thwart the state law processes for counting ballots. Bullet point 2. The Trump campaign maximized federal funding for Trump businesses by temporarily locating the president and his staff to Mar-a-Lago and pursuing murky overseas business deals. GOP-controlled Senate pushed through outstanding judicial nominations. The Trump campaign sought to shield President Trump and his team from any future criminal jeopardy by preparing pardons for all individuals connected to the administration, regardless of admitted or perceived guilt. The Biden campaign successfully secured the election result and also worked to forge coalitions with elected GOP officials, which the dice rolls granted to a limited extent, while taking public steps to heal the country through public rallies and addresses. The Democratic elected representatives team also pushed for a bipartisan alliance through an election protection coalition as a way to insulate results from the DOJ DNI investigations. They also sought to enlist faithless electors, though the game did not grant this. Since the game was played, SCOTUS had unanimously ruled against faithlessness. Turns 2 and 3. The Biden campaign team emphasized standing up a credible transition process. The Trump campaign sought to hinder this, but the federal government team confirmed that a number of civil servants would seek to enable it regardless of directions from the White House. The Trump team issued pardons for Trump family members, political allies, and cabinet officials, along with prominent Democrats, including Hunter Biden and Hillary Clinton, for unspecified crimes. The Trump campaign took steps to position either Donald Trump or his son, Donald Trump Jr., to run for re-election in 2024. The Trump campaign announced the new MAGA TV station featuring documentary footage from Trump's final weeks in office. The Trump campaign team also sought to install close ties in positions of influence in the RNC and to distract public attention from the president's efforts at self-preservation and continued influence in the party by escalating rhetoric with Iran. The Biden campaign remained focused on the transition and laying the groundwork for governing. The Democratic elected representatives team supported the Biden effort, but also began the process of preparing for investigation into Trump, his family, and his associates. GOP elected officials refocused on state responses to COVID, while the federal government saw a mass exodus of Trump-aligned political appointees. You want me to go on to game 3, or does anybody have any comments? Okay.
You can
Game
go on.
3.
You're good. Thank you so much for coming up. I really appreciate you.
No problem, Jennifer. I hate to hear you put yourself down or get anxious about reading. You do a good job, but I know you get nervous. Okay, game 3, clear Trump win. The third scenario posited a comfortable electoral college victory for President Trump, 286 to 252, but also a significant popular vote win, 52% to 47% for former Vice President Biden. The gameplay ended in a constitutional crisis with threats of secession and the potential for either a decline into authoritarianism or a radically revamped set of democratic rules that ensure the popular will prevails. In parentheses, abolishment of electoral college, making D.C. and Puerto Rico states, and other changes. Key moves and actions included: Turn 1. The Trump campaign had 2 main objectives at the outset of this scenario. The first priority was to legitimize the Electoral College results by pushing narratives that cast doubt on former Vice President Biden's popular vote victory and portraying widespread protests of Trump as anti American, undemocratic, and promoting mob rule. The Trump campaign planted agent provocateurs, I have trouble with that word, sorry, into the protests throughout the country to ensure these protests turned violent and help further the narrative of a violent insurrection against a lawfully elected president. The second Trump campaign priority was to consolidate power to reduce or eliminate the deep state and broader institutional resistance to President Trump's agenda for his second term. Specific measures included selective promotions of military personnel with pro-American views, rushing judicial nominations, increasing financial incentives to big business, and working with states to maximize GOP control through redistricting. The GOP elected officials team was supportive of Trump's efforts to crack down on protests, establishing law and order and defeating the anarchists with a unifying call. But they pressed President Trump to slow down on the campaign's more aggressive and overt efforts to consolidate power, partly out of concern that they would lose the support of modern Democrats needed to publicly declare Trump's victory legitimate. The most consequential action of the first term was the Biden campaign's retraction of its election night concession. It capitalized on the public's outrage that for the third time in 20 years, a candidate lost the popular vote but won the Electoral College. They also capitalized on certain about widespread voter suppression before and on Election Day. The Biden campaign began the game by encouraging 3 states with Democratic governors, North Carolina, Wisconsin, and Michigan, to ask for recounts. As the game developed, governors in 2 of the 3, Wisconsin and Michigan, sent separate slates of electors to counter those sent by the state legislature. The GOP failed to convince moderate Democrats in the House to break ranks with the Democrat resistance and support Trump's electoral victory, much to the GOP's surprise. Part of the strategy here was to attack the Electoral College and to claim that I'm sorry about that, you guys. I'm trying to get the volume down. That the certified popular votes in these states were questionable because of voter suppression. At the end of the first term, the country was in the midst of a full-blown constitutional crisis, characterized by, number 1, political chaos, number 2, widespread threats of violence and sporadic actual violence in the streets, and doesn't have a number 3, and then number 4, a hostile, dangerous, highly partisan, and frequently unconstrained information and media environment. Terms 2 and 3. The Biden campaign encouraged Western states, particularly California, but also Oregon and Washington, and collectively known as Cascadia, to secede from the Union unless congressional Republicans agreed to set of structural reforms to fix our democratic system to ensure majority rule. With advice from President Obama, the Biden campaign submitted a proposal to, number 1, give statehood to Washington, D.C. and Puerto Rico. Number 2, divide California into 5 states to more accurately represent its population in the Senate. Number 3, require Supreme Court justices to retire at 70. And number 4, eliminate the Electoral College to ensure that the candidate who wins to the popular vote becomes president. Next bullet. As the scenario evolved, the Trump team focused its efforts on driving a wedge into the disparate and, in view of many participants, fragile Democratic coalition. For example, during the second term, Trump gave an interview to The Intercept in which he stated that he would have lost the election if Bernie Sanders had been nominated. The Trump team's approach in terms 2 and 3 also emphasized creating the conditions to force the Biden campaign into taking provocative, unprecedented actions, such as supporting California's secession. Wait a second, guys. I just lost. My phone just went totally blank. Somebody else might have to take over. I didn't lose my battery or anything. It just like literally went
Oh
off the
no, you're
screen.
fine. I can take over. What page were you on?
Okay, it's back. It's back. It's back. Unless you want to take over for some
Okay.
reason, but I got it back.
Oh, you're good. If you're good to go, I'm good to go.
Okay, and I'm not sure if I do have to find my place really quick. Let's see. Okay, here we go. And if I repeat a little bit, I think I was in the middle of this paragraph. So, one of the most consequential moves was the Team Biden on January 6th provoked a breakdown in a joint session of Congress by getting the House of Representatives to agree to award the presidency to Biden, based on the alternative pro-Biden submission sent by pro-Biden governors. Pence and the GOP refused to accept this, declaring instead that Trump was reelected under the Constitution because of the Electoral College victory. This partisan division remained unresolved because neither side backed down, and January 20th, without a single president-elect entitled to the commander-in-chief afternoon that day, it was unclear what the military would do in this situation. That's crazy stuff. Okay, game 4, narrow Biden win. The final scenario explored a narrow Biden win where he leads with less than 1% of the popular vote the day after the election and is predicted to win 278 electoral votes. Fox News is among the major networks that called the election for Biden, though the Trump campaign does not concede, setting up an intense competition that includes within uneasy and combative but ultimately successful transition. Turn 1. The Trump campaign began the game by encouraging the state legislators in Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, and Michigan to certify a separate slate of electors in support of President Trump. Despite opposition from the Biden campaign and Democrats, both Michigan's and Pennsylvania's legislators agreed to send 2 sets of electors in support of Trump. The Trump campaign engaged in a large and coordinated disinformation campaign primarily focused on the legitimacy of the mail-in ballots. This campaign used the media to amplify stolen election and voter fraud narratives and launched noisy DOJ investigation into voter fraud. Attorney General Barr also took action to stop ballot counting. Trump campaign surrogates released false information that Joe Biden had suffered a heart attack in an attempt to undermine perception of Biden's fitness to office. The Biden campaign quickly dispelled this information, but Facebook kept posts about the heart attack up. Despite all of these moves during the first week after the election, dice rolls confirmed that the Biden campaign maintained a narrow lead. The Trump campaign understood that its most effective strategy was not just to create more doubt about the validity of votes for Biden, but also to sow more chaos and disruption so that President Trump could position himself as the only one capable of ensuring law and order. The Trump campaign stoked chaos and mayhem by urging local police forces to break up Black Lives Matter and pro-Biden demonstrations and encouraging alt-right Boogaloo supporters to confront liberal protesters. Turns 2 and 3. The Biden campaign framed Trump's actions as ugly and divisive, engaging independents and moderate Republicans to speak out against this threat. Mitt Romney tried to convince Republican senators to support the Biden's victory. After first failing, Romney prevailed and convinced 3 other GOP senators to recognize Biden as the president-elect. As it became
Hold on one
evident...
second. I have to point something out. So
What?
even in their little things, they use freaking Mitt Romney as the bitch who goes for Biden. Okay, so like that just shows how bad Mitt Romney is, people.
I was gonna jump all over that for sure. I read it.
They're like, we can count on Mitt Romney.
Absolutely. Oh my goodness. Okay, as it became evident that the Biden victory would be certified, Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell privately signaled to several Republicans that they could support Romney's cross the aisle effort, recognizing that moderate Republicans were more likely to prevail in 2022. And there you go. There's Mitch McConnell in there, and I'm from Kentucky. Not very proud of that leader there. The Biden campaign organized massive protests across the country. A dice roll determined that over 4 million Americans took to the streets across the country in support of Biden, enabling his campaign to gain momentum in the battle for public opinion. Violent skirmishes and vandalism took place during these demonstrations. A critical moment in the gameplay was the Joint Chiefs of Staff leaking the internal discussions that had taken place about how to handle the escalating situation, including the consideration of resigning in protest of Trump's continued efforts to sow unrest. The leak indicated that the Joint Chiefs' commitment was to the Constitution rather to the president or to a particular party. Once the Senate voted in agreement with the House on January 6th, the military made it clear that it was ready to support Biden and the newly inaugurated president on January 20th. Sensing the election slipping away, right-wing media pursued particularly aggressive and provocative strategies. InfoWars published a list of addresses, phone numbers, and other personal information of electors pledged to vote for Joe Biden. The announcement included spurious claims linking 88 of these electors to Soros and 14 to child sex trafficking. Rush Limbaugh and others accused the Biden campaign of accepting help from China, a message picked up by the mainstream media. Right-wing memes, who have a 340% greater reach than any other piece of content on Facebook, saturated the online landscape with appeals to defend the Constitution from enemies, both foreign and domestic.
Well, that's kind of suspicious that they even went there. Like, that's a little suspicious right there. Like, what made them think that InfoWars was going to say that particular thing?
I know. I was thinking the same thing. They had to get Alex Jones in here too. Let's see. Biden's electoral victory was certified, but Trump refused to leave the White House. He began to burn documents and potentially incriminating evidence and continued to launch attacks against the legitimacy of the election. President Trump released a series of pardons for members of his administration as well as himself before the Secret Service escorted him out of the White House. But the Secret Service demonstrated its culture of professionalism. As one member of the federal government team indicated, by indicating that it would be loyal to the office, not to the person, and therefore it would physically escort Trump out of the White House on January 20th.
I am
Trump,
dying right now. Okay, like literally, they're like, he was going to start burning documents. Okay, so we got the Pope signals going up at the White House. Okay, like all of a sudden, like the chimneys start spewing out smoke. Trump's burning documents. Like, wow.
there were people that actually believed that. They were like, he's not going anywhere. They're going to have to physically remove him. And I'm like, are you kidding me? Really? Like, I mean, this just shows how, to what the insight to me is how brainwashed people that are in my real life are by the narrative and the sob they ran out of this, Ugh. Anyway, Trump transitions into running Trump TV, a new media outlet that immediately upon its founding calls for the impeachment of President Biden. By early January 2021, Biden has begun the task of uniting the country and trying to pull Americans out of its lingering COVID-19 related economic and public health crisis. He articulates a series of packages focused on infrastructure and healthcare, COVID-19, and actively seeks to involve Senate Republicans in the process. The Biden campaign also announces that moderate Republican governors Larry Hogan and Charlie Baker will be nominated to serve in his cabinet. The president-elect also establishes a joint investigation from the House and Senate Intelligence Committees to examine all the forms of foreign interference in the 2020 election. The Biden campaign had originally sought to create a way out for Trump to concede the election during early turns, but by the end of the game, through the Democratic Party, had begun investigating into his criminal activities of President Trump and his family. That's like the end of that big part. And I'm a little bit nauseated from reading it. It's almost like a novel, sort of.
I'm in a quiet place now if you need help.
Well, I mean, I'm okay. If anybody wants to take over, they can. I mean, it's Appendix C is where I'd be starting, so it's like another big chunk of it.
I can pick back up if you want.
Okay. If you need me, just let me know.
All right.
All right, thanks.
Okay, so Appendix C, will Trumpism survive a Trump loss? While it was not squarely in the scope of TIP's investigation, almost all of the debriefings included some discussion about whether Trumpism is likely to survive Trump after he leaves office. President Trump has cultivated and mobilized a significant base. Many believe it won't easily be demobilized after Trump leaves office. Trumpiness is built in now, said one participant. There are immediate implications for an incoming administration. Trumpiness, I like that. Trumpiness is built in now. Many observers expect President Trump to try to extend his normal disrupting influence after he leaves office through an independent media company or partnerships. Participants predict that in the event of a Biden victory, Trump will attack President Biden early and consistently, blaming all problems in the country on a combination of the stolen election and the incompetence of the Biden administration. Well, that one's predictable. The message will be clear, consistent, and relentlessly hammered in. If only the election hadn't been stolen from me, everything in the country would be great again. Such a message could fuel political violence. QAnon could play a role in electing far-right candidates to Congress, providing an anchor for ex-President Trump's proposals. A minority view was that once Trump is a big loser, he'll lose face with the GOP base, and Republicans will move on. If he tries to look like a martyr, these participants suggest, he may come across as merely pathetic. However, if the pandemic and the economy continue to get worse after the 2020 election, it may become more likely that Trump, or a Trump-like figure, will again be a serious should anti-authoritarian interests respond. A number of participants urged Democrats to embrace a new playbook. President Obama's working assumption was that the fever would break on the back of the electoral defeat, but this proved to be mistaken. Throughout the Obama administration, Republicans refused to compromise or engage in customary negotiations over policy, counting instead on blocking every possible Democratic initiatives and waiting on their chance to regain the presidency. These participants cautioned that Democrats should not really rely on litigation, caution that Democrats should not rely on litigation, moral suswan. I don't know. What is that? Susian.
Suation.
Moral suasion. Okay. Or merely hoping that Republicans in Congress or state elected office will come to their senses. Instead, they should focus on building more authentic relationships with the left's base, including by publicly supporting the peaceful protest movement that has emerged since late May, rather than continuing to seek conciliation and compromise with the GOP. There was near universal agreement that in the event of a Trump loss, the GOP's strategy was to create trouble for the incoming Biden administration in order to regain ground in 2022 and retake the White House in 2024. GOP activists, possibly encouraged by Trump himself and by far-right media, may seek to create ongoing street-level chaos and conflict. Meanwhile, GOP party leaders will likely focus on post-census redistricting. Senate Republicans are also likely to try to block one or more of Biden cabinet or court nominees as a show of political nerve. If the GOP holds the Senate, even more dramatic blocking actions will be contemplated, tempting the Biden administration to continue President Trump's approach of appointing acting appointees, thus institutionalizing the nullification of the advise and consent role of the Senate in the executive branch appointments. Republicans will likely also push hard on judicial nominations, trying to seat as many nominees as possible before President Trump leaves office. This could potentially include a Supreme Court nomination, which would further undermine the legitimacy of the court in the eyes of the Democrats and heighten demands from the left for court packing. Conversely, it is also possible that if the GOP holds the Senate, Majority Leader McConnell could refuse to hold any votes on any Biden court nominees, allowing the vacancies to pile up until Republican president is again in place to make the appointments. Some exercise participants noted, however, that there are conflicting interests for the GOP and in particular for Republicans running in 2022 in states where moderates have an advantage, as well as for Republican leaders with presidential ambitions for 2024. Some GOP presidential hopefuls might define their candidacy as anti-Trump, Rubio, Johnson, Toomey, while some Republican governors might quickly shift back to state priorities such as COVID-19. An early defining battle between approaches will likely take place over choosing the party chair. TIP offers such preliminary recommendations based on the input from participants in the scenario planning exercise. So bullet point 1, there was no agreement among participants in the scenario planning exercises about what specific action should be taken with regard to pursuing investigations and possible charges against President Trump and members of his administration. A new administration, in partnership with a broad range of stakeholders, could consider a range of options, including those used by other countries, such as Truth and Reconciliation Commissions. One question is whether to continue the tradition of offering legal immunity or pardons to Trump and his family. There was a lively debate about whether any short-term gain from this diplomatic effort was worth a long-term risk that corrupt or criminal practices would continue. This may come up during the transition itself if Trump decides to negotiate an exit package for himself. More broadly, there needs to be a robust, intentional, and specific strategy to challenge the white supremacist and extremist networks that enabled Trump's rise to power and were in turn enabled by Trump's administration. This base will not automatically demobilize if and when Trump leaves office, and it is I can't read that one. Inimical to the kind of pluralist democracy the founders intended. Finally, it is imperative that Congress take decisive action to limit executive power, as happened within the wake of President Nixon's abuses of power in the early 1970s. One of the key findings of this scenario exercises is the extraordinary degree of de facto power that a president unbounded by norms and human decency can wield. No president should be able to use the executive branch to settle political scores, damage perceived adversaries, and pursue personal financial gain. Principles of political decency that have been maintained through norms will have to be codified through law. Okay, that is the final page. And notice that's kind of where we're at right now. It's kind of interesting that it leaves off where we are currently at right now. We're at this point where, they're going after Trump. They're using these criminal investigations and lawsuits and everything else to try to go after him, criminalize him, and prevent him from being on the ballot for 2024 and prevent him from being president again. It's crazy, but yeah.
Yeah. And they were setting that narrative, Millie. They were setting it. And that's why I played that Norm Eisen clip when we started the space, when they were setting this entire narrative and setting, insurrection, so that then they can engage into lawfare as kind of like a backup plan, essentially, should Trump actually succeed in being elected, even though they knew, because they had it completely gamed out of how he wasn't going to, and they were going to make sure of it. But again, they're still able to use these same tools and tactics. That's why people were asking me, they're like, well, I mean, that happened in 2020. Why is it? I mean, it's highly relevant, because no one had a chance to expose it, because everyone was censored, banned, and suppressed that were talking about it. And they're going to run the same playbook. I mean, it's going to be altered a little bit, obviously. It's a different environment, but it's roughly the same thing. So, yeah, I mean, it's 100%. You're absolutely correct. And guys, I just walked out of the restaurant. I got about 15 minutes to make it back to the office, and then I'm golden.
Okay, perfect. And then I can't wait for you to chime in more when you get home. So one thing I will say that, I just find so interesting here is So this simulation exercise was conducted in August of 2020. Okay. And they even have it battle planned out pretty well. Like, I would say that their stuff's probably like, I don't know, between 80, 90% accurate. Like, I wouldn't say it's completely, like, there are some things that were outliers that didn't necessarily happen the way they thought. But mind you, in the scenarios, they had scenario 1, scenario 2, scenario 3. So they knew that there was going to be variability. They knew there was going to be variability. So they planned for the variability. And that's why they were run these exercises. But this is something they did in August of 2020. So do we not know? Like, I mean, I can only imagine that the same group of people could be running more simulation exercises closer to January 6th of 2021. Like, they could have been running a simulation exercise in December, or they could have been doing other things to battle plan and game plan out the best course of action and how to respond and how to do things. And same with like right now, and even going forward into 2024. These people are mapping it out using game theory, running these simulation exercises, learning all of us by all of our social media engagement, all of our posts, creating behavioral models on all of us, including the main people who are having the ability to influence people. They are building up behavioral models on all of us to figure out, to map how we will respond, how we will engage, so that they can plan out how they are going to maneuver in order to get the end result that they want to achieve. Go ahead, Jen.
Yeah, I brought Bill up. Hi, Bill. Thanks for coming up. Did you have anything you wanted to say about where we are so far?
It's just amazing. I'm glad you guys are doing this space. And to your point about them mapping us out individually, yeah, I always tell people, be pre-warned. I always bring my FBI and NSA agent with me. They're always watching.
Right. So yes, absolutely. What we're doing out there in that context, especially what you're doing on social media, it is all being mapped out. And I think that even more going forward with AI and the advancement in AI, and how they could utilize some of this AI for predicting how we will respond in 2024, it's only going to be more amplified. It's probably only going to be more accurate. So yeah, we have to be careful. We have to learn their tactics, learn their techniques, learn how they engage, learn we could have where we could have won, right? Learn where we could have actually figured out a way to actually have defeated them. So I think if anything, it actually it points out their vulnerabilities in here. And I think that's kind of a key thing. Like these are some of their vulnerabilities. You could see them addressing their vulnerabilities. But it also is like this document is very, very squeaky clean relative to a lot of other documents passed around in these leftist groups. And I think that was intentional. It was intentional that, if this ever got leaked, if this ever got out, that they would make sure that it was worded in such a way that it's put in the image that they're protecting democracy, right? And that this is just us running different scenarios. But really what they're doing is you have a group of intelligence people, governors, political campaigners, people high in power actually participating in a simulation exercise so that these groups can plan accordingly as to what potential scenarios are going to happen. And then they hand this information off to the ground troops, right? And then you have these campaigners writing up documents like the count, where they're basically giving they're giving instruction to the ground troops, these rioters and protesters, and they're pretty much saying in the document, they want them to volunteer to count votes. They also want them to be prepared to protest and engage in large protest activities. But it also says specifically that they want to disrupt January 6th, the electoral college vote count, and that they would physically forcefully shut it down and not allow for it to happen, because they know that Trump would have very likely benefited from that outcome because of the way the House and Senate and everything was likely to pan out. So they knew that Trump would have had the electoral college votes if the alternate slates of electors were presented and voted on, and that public perception was key. And if you remember, leading up to that time point, the public, the public was very much concerned about the election and election fraud. And there was a lot of different witnesses that were coming forward, a lot of people who were election workers. And so I remember during the speech, Trump's speech, Rudy Giuliani got up there, and there was another investigator that got up there with him. But he was saying that there was going to be 10 days of hearings and investigations into the election fraud that was going to be being presented, and that Republicans were prepared to allow and facilitate for these whistleblowers and witnesses pertaining to election fraud to actually come forward in the hearings and present evidence and material, and that this would have all played into the deciding factor, as well as the justification to vote with the electoral college votes presented for Trump rather than for Biden. So they knew that they had to shut it down and stop it. And that's what's amazing to me. But I think that, although they don't necessarily talk about it specifically in this report, this is just letting you all know that the high level caliber of people, as well as individuals in the intelligence community, helped map this all out, give scenarios so that these teams could operate accordingly to ensure that Biden got in office and that Trump was out. Go ahead, Jen.
No, that's exactly correct. Trash, did you want to go real quick? I saw your hand up.
Well, I was at a red light, and I wanted to, again, for the room, read that portion of the count document that describes what Millie's talking about here. So I'll get it real quick. Democrats in Congress must use every constitutional, procedural, and political means necessary to delegitimize Trump's attempt to usurp the presidency, up to and including voting in unison against Republican effort to count Trump's electoral college votes, ordering the sergeant at arms to remove Republicans from the House chamber, boycotting the electoral college count, and staging protests inside of the Capitol make it physically impossible for Congress to meet. That came from the count document. So that was just going to add a little extra coloring there for you guys to understand exactly what Millie was talking about.
Yeah, and I was just going to say, I think that because of the way Molly Ball's fortifying the election article came out in time, I almost think they made this squeaky clean so they could point back to it when they all go and write their books about how they saved the world from the evil Donald Trump, right? And I think this was their forward facing thing because it was quote unquote bipartisan, that they were going to be able to point back to and be like, this is how we did it. This is how we saved the world.
Exactly. I think that's a really good point, Jen, because these people love to gloat. They love to pat themselves on the back. I mean, even Maria Stefan, how she writes these books about what she did in, Ukraine and this, that, and the other, and overthrowing these other dictators. I mean, they love to gloat about their role in what they believe is preserving democracy. And that's what they keep saying over and over. This is about protecting and preserving democracy. But then when they're engaging in these secret Zoom calls and these secret communiques with each other, they're calling each other comrades, and they're saying in solidarity when they're signing their letters. So it becomes clear that no, this is not really about democracy, is it? Right? They seem to have ulterior political agendas that are actually very anti-American.
Carolina doesn't have a hand. She's on the computer, so I want to go to Carolina real quick before you start again.
Yes. So as I was going over the scenario, this portrayed conservatives as, trying to contest how the election result was going to be. It reminds me of what I've been telling everybody, which is the rules for radicals. I mean, this is all the playbook. And you're right. You're absolutely right, Millie. This was how they were going to lay it out for them to say, look, this is what we told you. This exercise, was encouraged. So what I'm trying to say here is I feel like they wrote this to just try to kind of instigate what they were going to do. So anticipating, the Biden victory, giving direction on, okay, let's instigate here, let's cause chaos. I feel like all the exercises that they were trying to do is okay, if we don't succeed here is how we're going to disrupt. That's what I was going to try to say. And then I have a bunch of notes here on the internal GOP dynamics. I'm going to send it to you guys in the back because I'm pretty sure we're going to have to have a bunch of spaces just discussing the names alone that were involved in this, because this is where we start to see what is being molded now, the unit party. And again, when I'm looking back here and I'm seeing like all the notes and how all these meetings were taking place at the time. I mean, we were watching what politicians were meeting with who, which ones were utilizing the keywords like insurrection. I mean, all of it is already like laid out. We knew from the very beginning which ones were going to be what we now call the rhinos. Again, with the media campaign messaging. The way that they portrayed the conservative outlets and how they portrayed that we were going to engage in aggressive campaigns to discredit this new administration. I mean, they're talking about blaming the Democrats for failures, things like that, and how the quote. I think they emphasized on the claims of the stolen election day. This was written in August. So how is it that they like knew ahead of time what they had been planning all along? So these scenarios, definitely are kind of like almost like, hey, we wrote that we were going to do this and y'all fell for it. So that's what I'm going to say.
Yeah, that's a good point, Carolina. Thank you. Let's go to Aaron.
Yes, I would like to read to you something from Ann Coulter's book, something very short. It is regarding the question if the vice president has the power to overturn, or at the very least, the Senate has the power to return elections to the state. Do I have permission to read this?
How long is it?
It's, let's see here. It shouldn't take more than about maybe 1 minute to read.
Okay, that's fine.
All right, so here goes. And this is in the middle of the book, so I'll just skip out and right here. Okay. Consider a few other chilling examples of Democrats thieving their way to victory over the years. In 1974, Republican Louis Wyman won his race for U.S. Senate in New Hampshire, beating Democrat John Durkin by 355 votes. Durkin demanded a recount which went back and forth by a handful of votes until the state's ballot law commission concluded that Wyman had indeed won by at least 2 votes. Wyman was certified the winner by the New Hampshire Secretary of State and was on his way to Washington when the overwhelmingly Democrat U.S. Senate refused to seat Wyman. Despite New Hampshire's certification of Wyman as the winner of the election, this was the post-Watergate Senate when Democrats could get away with anything. The United States Senate spent months examining disputed ballots from the New Hampshire election, unable to come up with a method to declare the Democrat the winner that didn't involve the guillotine. The United States Senate forced New Hampshire to hold another election. It was a breathtaking abuse of power. New Hampshire had certified a winner of its Senate election, but it was a Republican, so the Democratic Senate simply ordered a new election. Demoralized Republicans stayed at home and away from the race. This time, the Democrat won the revote. So this, and then there's another example, but I'll just make my point here about when we discuss if the vice president or the Senate has the power to return elections or reject elections, and Democrats said it's an even outrageous notion, or it's outrageous to say that. Democrats did that in 1974. Literally, they did it with a Republican senator, and this Republican senator was certified by the Secretary of State of New Hampshire. So when we ask the question if the vice president or the Senate has the power, I would say in principally, no, he shouldn't have the power, because if so, then every vice president would decide who the winner of the election would be. Every state would send in 2 slates of electors, and whoever is vice president decides. So I say principally no. The founding fathers didn't want to, but you guys already did it in 1974. So the same people who are shouting that you can't do it, they already established the precedent. So by this logic, yes, the vice president and the United States Senate can vote to return electors or reject elections from specific states if they decide that the election in those states was not up to standard.
Right. And so I think what you're kind of pointing out here is the hypocrisy of the Democrats, that they say that it's undemocratic, yet they use it when it's in their political toolkit to do so, and they use it to their advantage. And so they don't really care unless it suits their agenda, and that they're crying, "Oh, this is a dictator. Oh, this is wrong. This is unconstitutional." You make a really good point there, and I think that it's kind of silly, because how often do we see the Democrats actually really giving a darn about the Constitution? Like,
Well,
Exactly.
They
and the
almost always
problem
don't care about
is,
the Constitution.
Exactly. Further, I'll,
well,
and
and the problem is, real quick, is that when it comes, like, we see this now all the time with Congress, like, we saw the lengths that Congress went with the Gen 6 committee and the long sweeping subpoenas for stuff that had nothing to do with January 6th. Yet, our people in Congress, right, when it's time to like do stuff, all the up until this point, they've been like, oh, well, it would look really bad for the party if we like stoop to their level. We need to rise above. And it's like, okay, so why is it okay for them to use lawfare against us? But when it comes to our side, when we are justified, you turn around and said, oh, it won't look good.
I will
Optics.
I will
Well,
just also add just
well,
one more thing.
hang on.
Just one more thing.
Come on.
Without,
All right.
I won't read the rest of the book. I'll
Hold on,
just yes,
Aaron, trash, go
yes.
ahead.
Yeah.
Okay.
So anyway, I'd like to weigh in on that. So this is why populism. This is why MAGA, quote unquote, is such a threat. Because you're hot micing, man. Um, because essentially what it is the uniparty, the establishment has already determined that the Democrats can wield power and push progressivism and change into society, and they can be the blunt force object to start peeling away the power of the executive, the power of the Constitution, and then basically their counterparts on the right were designed to lose when it mattered and designed to fold on votes when it mattered, giving a false perception that there is actually two parties that are representing the people's voices in this country. And so this is why like the Ronna McDaniel push to get her out of there is so important, to decentralize a lot of this stuff with the RNC, move it out of DC, is because basically, and again, I'm not tinfoil hatting this. I'm just pulling back at 30,000 feet, and why this is so dangerous is because they don't do anything. They act like they clutch their pearls. Meanwhile, both sides of the aisle in the establishment uniparty just get rich off of insider trading, off of book deals and speaking deals and lobbyists and all these things when they exit DC because they did a good job. The left got to be the weaponized blunt force object, and the right had to pretend to care that they're doing anything about it. That's really what this is, in my opinion. And that's why I believe that's not just through blackmail, because I know that's part of it. That Tim Burchett stuff is insane, and now Santos. But it really seems to be the dynamic that's been for a very, very long time.
So, I want to draw your guys' attention again back to page 17. I mean, to me, this sentence really stood out to me, which obviously I think this is just their scenario, their situational scenarios and simulations that they were running. But I think it's kind of telling in the mindset that they had. It says the Trump campaign planted agent provocateurs into the protests throughout the country to ensure these protests turned violent and helped further the narrative of a violent insurrection against a lawfully elected president. I mean, that stood out to me because that's exactly what, what we've been calling out is that the leftists, or you could even say, imagine this sentence. Imagine, let's do something here. Instead of saying the Trump campaign, I'm gonna say the Biden campaign. The Biden campaign planted agent provocateurs into the protests throughout the country or the Capitol to ensure these protests turned violent and helped further the narrative of a violent insurrection against a lawfully elected president. Look at that magic right there. I mean, I don't know. This is in August of 2020. Who could have predicted any of what's going on? Like it's just crazy to me that this is a narrative for simulations that they're running. And so it is entirely possible to believe that these guys were capable of running these type of operations and narratives against Trump. I mean,
And that's what really bothers me, right? Is because, yeah, okay, they're quote simulations, except like, how is it playing out to a T? And it's like with COVID, right? Every single, or the Event 201, every single head of company that was impacted by the country shutting down was represented at that thing. What they talked about, they even talked about using Facebook and social media companies in order to censorship. Like, yeah, they talked a little bit about the medical stuff, right? But the majority of it was them talking about censoring the what is it, malinformation off of social media, and it's really shocking.
Do we know who's involved
Bill,
in
jump
writing
in.
this? Do we know who exactly is like a committee, or where did this document come from? Like, can we find the actual like writers of this?
The Transition Integrity Project. This was a document that basically was retrieved from the internal docs and the doc sharing service of the Sunrise Movement, working with Shutdown DC, Feds for Democracy, the various left wing affinity groups, as well as basically these other like unions and left wing affiliated organizations had this like Google Doc that they basically would file share and organize through. And so this Transition Integrity Project document was in there, as well as these other documents like the count. And yeah, so I hope that answers your questions. But as far as like specific names of authors on this document, I don't see a signed name, but they did mention some people who participated in the exercises, and they kind of point the finger at particular Republican governors and certain people that seem to be overly mentioned in the scenarios as being on their side. So we can kind of assume, given that they said that they had some Republican governors volunteering to participate in these exercises, who those people are.
Page 7 to be
Yeah.
exact.
So real quick,
Yeah.
please. All right. So all right. Number one, Niles Gilman. Niles Gilman he's one of the authors of this document. The other one is Rosa Brooks. Now, I mean, we could have an entire space about these two people, but just know that Niles Gilman has a think tank out of LA. And it's highly connected with a lot of like foreign policy, State Department, USAID stuff. And Rosa Brooks, well, she speaks for herself. She's a Georgetown law professor, I think. She was supposed to be a quote unquote foreign policy expert. I mean, she has very spookiness all around her. There's a lot there to Rosa Brooks. I don't want to make an entire space about it, even though we could. But she's got her hands in a lot of stuff that have happened with our U.S. government.
It also says that the TIP is directed by Zoe Hudson. So these are all people that I think we need to dig into more and see if we can find various other information on there out there that would be relative to this.
Bill, jump in here, and then No Rose.
Yes, this is very sinister, and we all need to share this. I bookmarked your post, Millie. We need to share this with all of our groups, our followers, in our spaces, and I co-host a radio show. Share it widely, so the point that you made that they like to brag and boast about these things. Well, after doing it so sinisterly, they really couldn't do that. So let's brag for them. Let's out them and get this information out widely.
Awesome. Thanks, Bill. Appreciate you. Did you watch it? No Rose, jump in here.
Yeah, hi guys. Um, after reading a lot of Norm Eisen's stuff, I see Norm Eisen all over this. And he wrote the document that actually gave George the Georgia attorney the play plan on how to indict Trump for challenging the election. So, and that was way before anything even happened. That was almost 2 years, a year. The last thing I want to say is, I've brought it up before. I'll bring it up again. The logic presented or not being presented by the Republicans is, why would we stop the proceeding? Why would MAGA stop the proceeding? They wouldn't. They would want it to go through. So logic says, why will we be the insurrectionists when we have we are wanting the opportunity to happen? I don't. It defies logic, and just in the overall, in just the actions alone that happened, it doesn't. It would not make sense to do that. So, from a legal frame point, that would be my argument as an attorney, saying, why would this person go and try to break up the one thing that can investigate the election? So I'll just stop there. But thank you for holding this space. It's another wonderful addition to all the other stuff that's been going on and being covered. It's quite amazing. Thank you.
So
So Rose. Oh,
speaking of bragging, like how Jen had said, oh, they wanted to keep it clean so they could brag about it in their books. This was an article that was published February 4th of 2021, and they're doing exactly that. It was published on Times. I put it up in the nest. It says the secret history of the shadow campaign that saved the 2020 election. What does that sound like, right? And so I'll just read this a little bit of this part here so you can get an idea. It says there was a conspiracy unfolding behind the scenes, one that both curtailed the protests and coordinated the resistance from CEOs. Both surprises were the result of an informal alliance between left-wing activists and business titans. The pact was formalized in a tense, little-noticed joint statement of the U.S. Chamber of Commerce and AFL-CIO published on Election Day, which, mind you guys, AFL-CIO, it's like a giant federation of unions, and that includes the U.S. Postal Service. Okay, and they're heavily Democrat. And I had an AFL-CIO whistleblower that came out basically with information as well that I released, after the 2020 election, that they did a lot of election rigging and fraud for this outcome that we have. But anyway, both sides would come to see it as a sort of implicit bargain inspired by the summer's massive, sometimes destructive racial justice protests, which we know that the Sunrise groups, the Shut Down DC, these radical Extinction Rebellion, Antifa groups took credit for in the Zoom calls, in which the forces of labor came together with the forces of capital to keep the peace and oppose Trump's assault on democracy. The handshake between business and labor was just one component of a vast cross-partisan campaign to protect the election, an extraordinary shadow effort dedicated not to winning the vote, but ensuring it would be free and fair, credible and uncorrupted. For more than a year, a loosely organized coalition of operatives scrambled to shore up America's institutions as they came under simultaneous attack from a remorseless pandemic and an autocratic inclined president. Though much of this activity took place on the left, it was separate from the Biden campaign. So they kept the separation there. That's what they're kind of trying to let you know. And crossed ideological lines, meaning they also worked with Republicans, with crucial contributions by nonpartisan and conservative actors. The scenario the shadow campaigners were desperate to stop was not a Trump victory. It was an election so calamitous that no result could be discerned at all, a failure of the central act of democratic self-governance that has been hallmark of an America since its foundings. They touched every aspect of the election. They got states to change voting systems and laws and helped secure hundreds of millions in public and private funding. Notice they helped change laws and change voting systems. They fended off voter suppression lawsuits, recruited armies of poll workers, and got millions of people to vote by mail for the first time. They successfully pressured social media companies to take hard lines against disinformation and used data-driven strategies to fight viral smears. They executed national public awareness campaigns that helped Americans understand how the vote count would unfold over days or weeks, preventing Trump's conspiracies and false claims of victory from getting more traction. After Election Day, they monitored every pressure point to ensure that Trump could not overturn the result. The untold story of the election is the thousands of people of both parties who accomplished the triumph of American democracy at its very foundation, says Norm Eisen, a prominent lawyer and former Obama administration official who recruited Republicans and Democrats to the board of the Voter Protection Program. So, yeah, you guys could read the rest of that article, but yeah, that is them gloating about what they did. That is them gloating.
Oh yeah, no, I reference that article a lot. Miss Molly Ball there, she just couldn't help herself. Um, but it really, like, I remember sharing that piece because I was always getting in arguments about what really happened in the 2020 election. And you get all these stuff like servers in Germany and all this nonsense. I'm like, dude, just go read the Molly Ball piece. And now that we have the document, the count, and this transition integrity project, it all just links up together and shows you exactly how it was done. So yeah, I'm glad you brought that piece up again because that's a important piece if people had never heard it before. It's crazy, Millie.
Go ahead, Jen.
Yeah, so retweet the space, guys. Thanks for being here, first of all. I do see everybody down in the speakers box. Trash Millie, how much more do we have to read, or should I start bringing some more people up? How do you guys want to do this? And also, I just wanted to point out Norm Eisen. He led 16 impeachment attempts on Donald Trump. Pretty much all of the lawfare that has come against Donald Trump, Norm Eisen has either been at the center of it or he's had his little minions, such as Joseph Sellers, bring charges against Trump. He also started going after Trump legally even before he took office. He's the one who led the attempt to say that Trump having Trump Hotel in DC was violating, was it like FARA or something, that he was taking secret payments through the hotel or something. That was all Norm Eisen. And then every time we see one of these grand juries or something come out across the United States, you see Norm Eisen doing his media rounds on CNN and on MSNBC and talking about how he was the architecture guy of this. And I don't understand why we are not dragging this guy in front of Congress. Like, attorney-client privilege didn't protect Michael Cohen. So why are we holding Norm Eisen to any different of a regard?
Exactly. All these people need to be questioned. And that's why we all need to be calling on Congress and our representatives while they still have power before, who knows, 2024, they do some funny shenanigans with mail-in ballots or something. We need to make sure we're calling on our representatives to absolutely call for a proper investigation into this material, these groups, these organizations, these people that were conspiring and literally trying to subvert President Trump at any means necessary, including talking about, we need to interrupt the electoral college vote at the Capitol with protesters. I mean, so we need to call for that action, absolutely. So I brought a bunch of people up as speakers because I know there was quite a few requests, and I want to kind of allow people, after listening through this space and we read through this document, I want to give people an opportunity to ask any questions they have, or even make comment on what they interpret, and if they have any insight or information as well they want to share related to the topic. That's greatly appreciated. Although I don't want people to come in here with topics that are way off top, any subjects that are way off topic, because this is a space right now dedicated to this subject.
Millie, I just want to add, like, when we look at this, like, yes, because they have so egregiously came after President Trump, we see this, and rightfully so, as an attack on President Trump. But I also really want to highlight the fact, like, let's take Trump out of this for a second, right? One of our most valuable, talked about, like, held high in prestigious rights is the right to vote in this country. And as you're listening to this document, this is a group of elitists who think that they are way smarter than all of the American people, that we cannot decide for ourselves, that we're a bunch of freaking, I don't even, barbarians that just need to be governed by their government. And it's so egregious in a country where all men and women are supposed to be created equal, right? We have this elitist group who are in power, obviously. Like, look at all the lawfare and everything that all of us are going through, that think that they're in charge and then are so ballsy about it that they go and they write a Time magazine article just like that. And then we have a group of Republicans who are like, oh, we can't figure out what happened. There's not enough, there's not enough evidence for that. Y'all are crazy, tinfoil hat wearing people. Like, no, we're not. Like, you guys are just aligning yourself with these elites who think they're in control.
So I want to welcome Nick Sorter to the stage. Hi, Nick. I know I saw you down there a couple times earlier while we were reading through the document, the Transition Integrity Project simulation and scenario document. And I guess if you wanted to comment in on, your thoughts or your perspective, or if you have any information to share on Transition Integrity Project, we would love to hear from you on that. And then also we recently, just the other day, we did a space on the document The Count. So throughout this space, we've kind of been talking about this space, but then we've been bouncing back and forth. Okay, so if you want to chime in, go ahead at any time, Nick. But let's go to some of these questions right here. All right, so let's go to Paul.
Wait, Millie, let's go to Dust real quick.
Oh, okay, sorry. Go ahead, Dust.
So, some and Millie, about the congressional investigation stuff, right? Which is a lot of us have been talking about weaponization. In fact, I'm pretty sure as part of my stump speech for the whole lead up until the election about the way that our institutions have been weaponized, the NGOs, the funding of all this stuff. And you probably noticed with me and Trash and Name, like a level of frustration and maybe even trepidation about specifically the weaponization committee, because this is what they should be bringing forward, right? The investigative work that you've done, that Trash has done, that we do in these spaces is based on the publicly available records and stuff that we were able to find in the public sphere. They have broader investigative powers, and they should be the ones bringing this forward. And I think some of that frustration and distrust we have around even the people who are claiming to do our side on the weaponization committee is, why aren't they bringing this kind of stuff forward? What we end up seeing from the weaponization committee way too often is them talking about the stuff that we're doing in spaces weeks or even months before. And so, right, I don't mind leading them around by the ear if that's what's necessary, right? If it takes us doing this, I wouldn't be surprised if in the next month or two, right, that the next piece that we'll see is them talking specifically about this stuff. But it'd be nice if they just took some of the investigative power that they had and started to take it even a step forward. Sorry, guys, the dogs are gonna go crazy for a minute. I must stop. Go ahead, call somebody else. I'll be back.
All right, so I just want to reset the room really quick, just because I know we're getting more people in here. We've got more speakers up on the stage, just to kind of give everyone a little bit of a recap and what we're covering today in this space. So we just read over this document that was obtained in my Sunrise Zoom calls investigation. It's a transition integrity project document in which basically intelligence operatives, as well as government officials and campaign officials, all worked together to run these simulation exercises using game theory matrices in order to map out exactly how the 2020 presidential election would go down. And they had different scenarios, different options for what could happen, and a lot of them were actually pretty close to what actually panned out. But mind you, in context, this document was written as in from the perspective of that they're just trying to save democracy. So they don't go down certain paths into wanting to talk directly about their subversive activities about Trump in this document, but they do talk a lot about trying to save him from stealing it. And from, they do kind of, incriminate him and talk about him being, kind of like a dictator figure that's trying to steal the election that they have to then run counteroffensives to. Now, the reason why this is crucial and key is because this comes from organizers inside various left-wing affinity groups, Antifa groups, as well as Green Party groups like the Sunrise Movement, and their various Feds for Democracy and union workers alliances that they had, where they would host these Zoom calls, these digital meetings, where they would plan out exactly how they needed to prepare for the 2020 election and what they needed to do subsequently. So in some of those Zoom calls that I had originally released back in October of 2020, you see, for example, Lisa Fithian, who's a well-known leftist protest agitator leader, very seasoned and skilled. She's talking to the people in the call about taking over government buildings, creating a crisis that they control. She said there's going to be people there and we need to help them. We need to help them take over the buildings. And they were passing around ArcGIS maps, which had real lifetime traffic and real lifetime analytics or data on where Republicans were, where Democrats were, that were officials in their offices and their buildings, and they were kind of mapping out. They had this map to utilize in their response to target the Capitol, but also target Republicans or even Democrats if necessary to make things go the way they needed to. So just kind of a recap there. And then they also were working with this senior Department of State officials like Maria Stephan in their calls, talking about subverting Trump, advising other people in government to leak documents to the press, advising them on how to gum up the bureaucratic processes, engage in bureaucratic slowdown techniques, how to basically engage in subversion and progressive activism in their official capacities, which is actually criminal. And there was also Laura Robb, who's a CISA employee, who was talking about how she was working with a whole group of people on the inside. And so in their Zoom calls, they were very much more relaxed with how they were talking about how open they were trying to prevent Trump by any means from becoming the president, talking about refusing to hand over the keys of government to him. They took credit in their Zoom calls for the Summer of Rage or Love riots, the George Floyd riots during that time period in the investigation. They were the group that was behind the targeted event where they were trying to kick in the door of Lindsey Graham's house, which, I was able to get informed law enforcement on, and they were able to prevent that from happening. But yeah, so this group has been known to engage in Hong Kong style, Arab Spring style rioting, protest tactics, and they train their people in that. And so the document, the count that was distributed amongst these groups was meant to be read for the foot soldiers, but it also referenced a lot of the transition integrity projects simulations and their materials, and they used that directly in order to map out their ground troop response. And in their document specifically, which Aaron has read over that a couple different times in the space here, they specifically call for, if it comes down to an alternate slate of electors being presented on January 6th in the House, that they basically, that was their nightmare situation, and that they instructed that they would stage protests inside the Capitol and physically shut it down and prevent them from being able to meet and vote on the Electoral College votes, because the way they had mapped it out, that was a situation where Trump would have actually had the upper hand because of the way that the House and the Senate and everything was mapped out. There was a Republican advantage, and they believed that in that situation that would have resulted in a Trump victory. So that was why they said that would need to be forcefully physically shut down. So yeah, that's kind of the recap here. I just want to encourage everyone to retweet the space, and we'll go to some of these hands. All right, let's go to Paul.
Hey guys, and thank you very much for putting on this space. So Trash, Dustin, Jen, and Millie especially. Obviously, I think lots of people have followed your work for many years and admire the tenacity that you have. And victory takes a lot of hard work. First thing, I'm really interested in the Trump TV channel. So can somebody look to pick that up, because I think that would be pretty good viewership wise. I fancy the idea. It's probably going to be gorillas all the time. But yeah, I just want to talk about a couple of things. So the Transition and Integrity Group, who in the past has been associated with names like John Podesta, Donna Brazil, Rosa Brooks, Jennifer Granholm, Bill Crystal, Michael Steele, Trey Grayson, David Frum. So they have a lot of people who like to get involved in these things, and obviously the whole nod and wink stuff going on within that document is egregious. And I'm sure it's a tough, but also it's a necessary listen. And it speaks to this weird thing that they have, where on the left they always tell you what they're going to do or what they've done, as they do hold this kind of twisted karmic belief that if they actually tell people, then there's no bad karma as a result of it coming back that way. And I'm in the UK, but I have family, very close family in the States, and it's truly sad that the tried and tested color revolution playbook that's worked so well overseas for many years, that was brought to the shores of the US in 2020, and it was leveraged in so many countries in Europe, where either the US or allegedly the CIA or Hillary Clinton or George Soros has got involved in so many countries. I mean, the list is ridiculous, from Serbia to Georgia, Tunisia, Egypt, as part of the Arab Spring. The Arab Spring caused 61,000 deaths as a result of what was done there. And in Egypt, for example, Facebook was a prime driver for coalescing people to arrange things and to go on the street. So, these color revolutions come at a human cost. And obviously, probably the biggest one, and a hat tip to Darren Beattie, who referred to Victoria Nuland as the colour revolution dominatrix. And anyone who's watched the documentary Ukraine on Fire provides a more detailed breakdown of how things have gone. So we have seen the effect of these things in Europe and across the Middle East. And I think it's fair to say that in 2016, Hillary Clinton's hubris meant they didn't spin that machine up for this. So when 2020 came along, they got the team back together, they called the plays, and they ran the plays. You only have to look at the lack of legal boots on the ground. And this is talking about, people across the aisle getting involved in these things. The lack of legal boots on the ground in 2020 to challenge evidentiary election issues was that an accidental error or what? Has this been fixed for 2024 though? And again, I'm probably not so sure. And looking ahead to 24, just to let you guys know, there's been a request made. So in the UK, we have a general election in 2024 that's happening. They haven't confirmed the month, but recently there was a specific request from the Biden administration to the UK government not to call our general election in November next year. I mean, that's a ridiculous request to make. We don't know, because we don't know what month is going to be announced in, and Rishi Sunak will be unseated. It's absolutely certain. But, I'm sure that is done so that they can rely on the BBC and the other news organizations to have desks cleared and stories cleared to run cover for messaging and pearl clutching for what they may have planned in November. But make no mistake, these plans rely on both Republicans and Democrats to deliver what's needed. And I don't know if the phrase translates, but they are two cheeks of the same arse, as far as everybody's concerned.
Right. No, and that was one of the things we saw in the document, where this was a collaborative effort with Republicans actually taking place in the simulation exercises as well. But yeah, really quick, Ivan Raiklin just joined us. He's up on the stage here. Ivan only has like 5 minutes, but Ivan, he actually has done a lot of research and work into a constitutional crisis situation. He did a lot of investigating into that leading up to December and January 6th and the different events that were going to transpire. So, Ivan, what did you think? I'm not sure how much you were able to listen in on us reading over the document. What was your take on that? Them running the scenarios and the simulations, and also what was your take on the situation with the constitutional crisis and what could Trump have done to have won essentially?
Yeah, so thanks for having me on real quick, Millie. Yeah, back in December of 2020, one of the things that the scenarios did not cover, that's the part that I focused in on. Neither did the scenario, nor did the amendment to the Electoral Count Act, neither did the J6 committee, nor did Jack Smith so far mention anything accurately related to my work. And that was focused on two components. One was the December 23rd was the date on 2020 that essentially was referenced in Title III U.S. Code Section 12. And I argue that if the vice president, or I should say the president of the Senate, does not receive a constitutionally viable slate of electors, which I argued he had not at that point, because none of the electors, not only in those 6 states, but probably in 39 of the 50 states, you could argue, transmitted electors that were unconstitutional because the elections under which they relied on those electors were done according to COVID measures that non-legislative actors conducted. But let's just focus on the 6 contested states. So then the argument in the Pence card was for the president of the Senate to basically look at it and say, hey, you guys violated the federal constitution. I, as Mike Pence, in his position as president of the Senate, should have said the following. Because you violated Article 2, Section 1, Clause 2 of the federal election, he would send it back, and then the states would either do a new election, abstain from sending their electors, or hold a joint session vote by their state legislature to overcome the illegalities of the underlying unlawfully transmitted electors prior to that point. That would have been the remedy. But no one really discussed that component. And then going into January 6th, the other thing that I noticed that didn't take place is I argued that it was up to Kevin McCarthy taking the role as the majority state delegation chair and then presenting back to the joint session after a 2-hour objection period per state that the House voted by delegation rather than by one person, one vote on the objection of the electors. And had everybody voted by party, you would have had a 27 Republican, 20 Democrat, 3 tied up result. And then it would have been up to Mike Pence to either take that option, where it would have objected to Arizona's electors, or he would have taken the Nancy Pelosi option, which would have been a 222 to 212, I believe, at the time. And it would, the tiebreak would have gone to the presiding officer, Mike Pence. And I communicated that to Kevin McCarthy. I texted him, and then I also transmitted that to Mike Pence's chief of staff. And I'm not sure what happened in the mix, but no one took that option. And maybe they didn't take that option because the response to that, because one of the last interviews that I did going into January 6th was, I think it was on Praying Medic, and he asked me, what do you think it means that it's going to get wild? Well, apparently now looking at these 2 documents that you've put out there, Millie, they had to expedite exactly what they had originally planned on doing. If for some reason no one got 270 electors, well, they were going to essentially block it so that the states would not vote by delegation by physically blocking it through protest, etc. But since that didn't take place, I kind of recommended that if McCarthy would have done that, it would have forced a contingent election. If under that framework on the objections, they would have voted one state, one vote. Because you got to remember that neither the Electoral Count Act nor the 12th Amendment dictates, or I should say, the 12th Amendment talks about a contingent election and that you can vote one state, one vote when no one has a majority of the electors. But the Electoral Count Act doesn't dictate on how you vote on an objection, whether it's by delegation or by one individual, one person, one vote in the House. And so because of that gap, and it hasn't been fixed with this amended Electoral Count Act, this could rise again in 2024, where if it goes to the House, on the January 6th of 2025, we could replay what I proposed to happen in 2021. Now, had that taken place, it would have guaranteed a Trump election, and that's why you had a Fed surrection. The more and more I research this, the more I'm of the opinion that with the planning that they were doing, the two documents that you, what's the name of the other document that you sent me earlier?
There's the count, and then there's the transition integrity projects document called preventing a disrupted presidential election and
Right.
transition, and that was the
So
simulation one.
between reading Jamie Raskin's book Unthinkable, they were all in the summer there, planning in August, and it appears as though the dates are about the same. I don't know if his name doesn't come up, but Pelosi had Raskin, I believe Schiff and Swalwell were in on the planning session, and a couple other people. I'll have to go back to the exact part of the book where they were planning all the different contingencies. And one of those, well, you can see them here, but I think they had to expedite the contingency and make it much more responsive, if you will, because they didn't deliberately plan for a potential one state, one vote style of voting on the objections. And so I think that's why on January 5th, you had adjustments to the plan being made to facilitate the breach into the Capitol to convert the country's attention from a illegally conducted election that would have been debated on C-SPAN for bigger than Super Bowl numbers or World Cup numbers, and instead they converted that into a insurrection. Meanwhile, it was a facilitated breach into the Capitol. So while they did have an overall plan because of the whole, and again, I could be wrong, but just looking at all the evidence that I have looked at, which is probably more than most. I mean, I just blew through about 20 books of all the culprits that would have been involved in the last couple of weeks. Your Raskins, your Schiffs, your everybody involved in the decision making on January 6th within government, whether it's White House,
Nancy Pelosi too, and her sergeant of
yeah, all
arms.
that stuff. So that's pretty much all I wanted to say. If you want to ask a question,
Well, really quick, Ivan, can I ask you a
yeah.
question? So when Mike Pence got up there and he then basically opened it up and then said they were going to go off into the separate
Mm-hmm.
chambers to hear the different ballots, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, that's where they would have been voting on which electoral slates to actually accept, correct? Because there was an alternate slate of electors for Trump in various states, and then there was the
All right.
electors just for Biden, correct?
Let me hit. There's a couple of components. It's not that simple. So let me just clarify. Most people are aware of the John Eastman theory, right? What I had presented was so there's the unilateral decision making of Pence component. There's the quote alternate electors strategy, and then there's the other one, which is the one that I was promoting, which had nothing to do with either one of those. Okay, because I argued that none of the slates of electors were constitutionally viable, whether it be the Democrat electors or the Republican electors. And the reason why Eastman, I think, was setting it up and everyone else to create a Republican electoral scheme is because they were going to litigate it, and then potentially if the state legislatures then decided to go with the Republican slates of electors based on a joint session vote, they were there ready, willing, and able to actually lawfully be certified. That never happened. That could, right? Now going into January 6th, the argument was that it was up, I mean, according to the J6 committee and all this litigation against Eastman, they're saying that he and others were trying to get Pence to unilaterally make a determination, as you're asking in your question, of which electoral slates to accept. That's under the presumption that they were legitimate. I never agreed that they were at that point legitimate yet. So it would have been more appropriate for Mike Pence to not put out his tweet at 103, which was the singular cause of frustration that caused what mostly occurred on January 6th, because people knew without knowing all the details of the Constitution that what he did was essentially fold to defending the Constitution. But more specifically, in his memo, it's a 3-page memo that he tweeted out at 1:03. It was basically what 1:02, 1:03 p.m. And then within a couple minutes, he then proceeds to not allow a quorum to be present in the House in the joint session because Nancy Pelosi said, "Oh, due to the advice of the sergeants at arms and the attending physician, we're not going to have a quorum. We're only going to have 11 Dems, 11 Republicans on the House side, and then the same thing on the Senate." And if you look at the wording of the 12th Amendment, it doesn't meet the quorum requirement. So then Mike Pence is complicit in violating that. I mean, I've done a lot of
No,
podcasts on this, but
no, there was two different situations or three different scenarios that you had kind of talked about, Ivan. One was the Pence card, which was him making the unilateral decision of which electors to choose and not choose, right? But
no.
it also said that
Every single
Congress.
media outlet and the J6 committee, as they try to represent what the Pence card was, is inaccurate. I know because I'm the one that put it forward, okay? I'll explain to everybody for the trillionth time. The Pence card applies to the first time in the electoral college process when a federal officer is in a position of discretionary power to do anything as it relates to the electors in the presidential election is on the fourth Wednesday of December, which in 2020 was December 23rd. And there, if the states do not transmit electors, it's the president of the Senate that sends a memo to the secretaries of state, a demand memo, demanding that they transmit their electors. I further conducted the analysis to say that, hey, because the states did not transmit a viable slate of electors, then it's up to Pence to send a memo to those states to say, hey, you didn't send anything. Because here's the deal. The governmental authority in the contested states transmitted their electors, but then also the GOP of 7 states, to include New Mexico, also transmitted slates of electors. Okay? It didn't matter because the election as a whole was illegally conducted, so none of the slates of electors were legitimate. One avenue to remedy this is for people to sue and essentially criminalize, if they want to criminalize the Republican electors as they're trying to do in was it Georgia, Michigan, then every single elector needs to be criminalized. The Democrats as well, because none were legitimate. That is my assessment. And I think it's going to be proven to be right as we're seeing more evidence in Georgia, in Arizona, and then the drop boxes in Wisconsin were illegal. So it's almost
Well, I could see why Pence didn't want to make the unilateral decision because it would have been a direct conflict because he would have then been the one being
no. So under that
put in
approach,
office
it's not
because of that
unilateral.
decision. But there was another option, though. So even if Pence didn't decide to make the unilateral decision, there was, when you break off into the separate chambers,
It's
that's
not
where Congress
unilateral.
then votes
Unilateral
on
is when
accepting the
one
electoral
person makes
college
the overall
slates.
decision on the electors.
What?
Unilateral means one person gets to decide on the outcome of electors.
Yeah, and I could see why Pence
I'm
didn't want to be put in that position because they would have said it was tyrannical. They would have,
I agree.
attacked him
Okay,
for it.
I agree 100% that Mike Pence, I factored this into my analysis. For Mike Pence to make a unilateral decision on electors, it's bad precedent. It's not the way to run, like, it's not the way to operate. That's why I said that he needs to send it back to the states for the states to decide on how they're going to correct the constitutional violation that they conducted.
Yeah, the
And
states could have done it,
there would have been 3 options.
or the
Hold a
other
new election.
option was the both slates of electors would have been presented to Congress in those hearings that were literally about to conduct before the storming of the Capitol. both of those, the alternate electors and the other electors, they would have both been presented to Congress, and then Congress would have voted on which ones to accept and count. So the representatives were
I
supposed to have been
disagree.
able to
I
vote on
disagree
which
with
ones
that,
to
and this is
accept.
why. I disagree with this, and here's why. The electors up to that point that were transmitted to the National Archivist, the President of the Senate, and to Congress on January 6th, you had those that were certified by the governors, which were the Democrat ones, and those that were certified by the chair of the party. It wasn't certified by a governmental entity of that state. Okay?
Right,
Having
right.
said that,
They had
all
the
of them were illegitimate, and what should have happened on January 6th is that Mike Pence should have basically did what he did, have them break out, both sides conduct 2 hours of debate, and then when he gavels back in after they showed on C-SPAN Uncensored all of the illegalities in all the states, when they came back in, Mike Pence gavels in and says, "What's the ruling on the objection?" Pelosi or her designate would stand up and say, Arizona's electors we're not objecting to because we voted 222 to 212. And then Kevin McCarthy would have stood up and said, point of order, Mr. Presiding Officer. We actually voted by delegation. And because of that, we voted to object to Arizona and then multiply that to all the states, right? And then it would have come to Pence to decide on the objection as it applies to presidential electors, right? Because the argument here is it's vague in the Electoral Count Act on how this would operate specifically, because the Senate decides technically in a contested election who the vice president is, and the House decides who the president is. So under this frame, but under both circumstances, the Senate votes one person, one vote. There's never a provision for the Senate to vote by delegation for vice president. It's only applicable to the House. And so if it's presented to him as presiding officer, he's not unilaterally deciding on whether to object or not. This is a separate issue of, are you going to vote for the Republican electors or the Democrat electors? I argued it was up to the House to object to the all of the electors, meaning the legitimately, I shouldn't say legitimate, but the ones that were certified illegitimately, unlawfully by the governors and were transmitted, those needed to be objected to, as well as those that were submitted by the GOP of the respective states. And then when you did that, no one gets 270 electoral votes. Then it goes to an overall contingent election, which would have resulted in the same style vote if everyone voted by party. 27 Republican state delegations, 20 Democrat state delegations, and 3 tied up. And that would have resulted in a re-election of Trump. And had the Senate started to see that this was taking place, the rhinos in the Senate would have been forced to vote and re-elect Pence to continue to be Trump's handler on behalf of the deep state. But instead, what happened? The Fedsurrection happened. Make
right.
sense?
So they knew that there was definitely the possibility in this way of going about this electoral vote counting process, and where they could challenge alternate slates of electors, they could challenge different things, they could present evidence of election fraud. They knew that there was a reality there and a very strong chance that Trump was going to actually be elected as president. So they
Yes,
are
but
the ones
not
that
in the
had to vote for
yes,
J6.
but not in the precise manner that it actually played out. They generally were considering that as an option, and I'm thinking that they were, because at the end of the day, it's the allocation of electors from a certain state. It relies on what the election law is that's passed by the state legislature, and then there's a popular vote. That popular vote then essentially informs the allocation of the electors. But if there's a contest, that changes the dynamic to where politically the state legislature can override anything that occurred as it applies to the presidential election only for the allocation of those electors. And the governor can push back because they're the ones that have to certify. And in the Electoral Count Act, it discusses if there's a I guess bifurcation where the governor is not certifying the electors that the legislature of that state want, then there's a mechanism that is discussed in the Electoral Count Act. But that did not occur at, in that circumstance because the state legislature never contradicted the governor because of being toxic, feckless, stone cold cowards. Instead, the GOP of the 7 states went ahead, apparently with the advice of Eastman and others, to go ahead and put that forward. And so, like, to this day, I argue that none of the electors were legitimate. But unfortunately, our institutions failed us at the state level and at the federal level to essentially certify an illegitimate office holder.
Yeah, it's all very interesting. Um, so you're saying that the state legislatures didn't actually submit an alternate slate of electors?
Correct. The Republican slates of electors were certified, quote unquote, I use that loosely, they were signed off by the party, the Republican Party of the respective states, not by the governor or the legislature. The Democrat electors were certified by the governor, and the legislature acquiesced and allowed that to happen and did not. They basically allowed the legislatures allowed the election laws to be violated just massively. And then based on that massive election law violation, the results were that Biden and Harris secured the most number of ballots in order to inform the results of allocating those Democrat electors. While the legislature watched all of this lawlessness happen, the governor certified it. And the legislatures to this day have not corrected that. I've been arguing for 3 years that we need to essentially give them the courage to go ahead and reclaim their electors at a minimum, and more than likely to basically hold a vote on how they're going to allocate them. But at a minimum, they just need to pull them back because they're illegitimate. 3 years into this, everybody knows the elections were run illegitimately. You don't have to prove fraud. You don't have to prove this and that. The way that they conducted the election was due to COVID measures, which violated the state's election law. Non-legislative actors within each state changed the way they did the elections, and by virtue of that, it was illegitimate.
And that's exactly what they talk about and brag about in the Times article that I just read
Yep,
on earlier, is how they
absolutely.
lobbied to change the election laws going into this and to push for massive mail-in ballots.
And you have toxic, feckless cowards in our legislatures that are going to continue to allow it to happen.
Well, and
That's why
another
I
thing.
say 2024 is going to be fun. It's
Well,
going
and
to be
another thing I
very
want.
unconventional.
No, another thing
Yes,
I'd
sir.
like to point out though is that yes, I mean 100%. There's so many laws being broken. What they did, what these documents prove and show, what they did was they operated within the gray area and then utilized the censorship apparatus, the EIP, people like groups like that, basically everything that in the censorship industrial complex. They used social media, they used legacy media, they used like David Brock and all that crew with Media Matters and Act Blue, Share Blue, and American Bridge and Crew. And they coordinated all of this with the ground troops that they did, and that you can read in the document. And basically, they didn't do anything legally. It was all done in these gray areas because the number one thing to make that stick, because it wasn't lawful, was to make sure the perception of the public supported and hated supported the Biden victory, hated Donald Trump because he's worse than Hitler and 3/9/11s and everything else. And so yes, 100%. The problem that we're having is that you're going to have to find somebody with any kind of nuts that's going to be able to take up these legal challenges and actually see it through. There's zero appetite because of what has been levied, not only in the PSYOP that's been going on in our countries for years and years and years, but what we exposed with the disarm framework, what we exposed in the CTI leak files, all the censorship stuff, all the Twitter file stuff. These judges and attorneys and legislators, not only did they not like Trump, but they've been given ample reason, they believe, to actually want this election, quote unquote, fortified, and there's going to be zero appetite out there. It was these gray areas. That's why maintaining the perception was everything to this. Everything.
I couldn't agree with you more. I mean, you nailed it.
So hopefully we start getting some better appetites out there, for sure. Jen, you unmiked. Were you trying to say something? I don't know if I can hear you.
I didn't know I was unmiked. I
Oh,
was
okay.
just gonna say, Ivan, I didn't mean to mute your mic. There was just background noise and it really distracts Trash, so I just muted your mic. So I no hate or anything.
Oh, sorry. I thought I muted myself.
It's all good. Thanks, Jen.
So
Yeah.
what you're saying though, Ivan, is that there was an alternate slate of electors that was submitted, but it was submitted by the GOP.
Yeah, so traditionally, historically, an alternate slate of electors is considered to be an alternate slate of electors if it is transmitted by an authority that is recognized as a governmental entity that has the legal authority to transmit it, which would be, let me see here. So the governor or the state legislature, okay, would be the two entities within a state that can submit an electoral slate. Now, this theory, untested previously, is what the Eastman methodology was trying to test, and that's something that you would have to ask Eastman about and follow his work. Because I didn't go into I was monitoring it. I was not subscribing to the alternate elector strategy unless it came from the state legislature. Okay. And that's what I think that they were trying to do as well. But no state legislature was going to. It's not so much even alternate, it's that the state legislature is the plenary authority and body within the state that has the full discretion on how they allocate their electors. Okay. And I argue that I said this in my the last couple minutes of my Tucker interview earlier this year that aired, that the state legislature is not bounded by a time frame on their allocation of electors. Now, it's never been tested, but if you couple this with the 10th Amendment, where if the Constitution doesn't deny a state from doing something specifically, and it doesn't specifically authorize the federal government to do, then the 10th Amendment allows the state, essentially keeps that power within the state. So you take that with their electors clause powers. I still argue that Arizona, say in January in the new session, can go ahead and put a draft legislation that would be a joint session style vote between the House and the state Senate. And that's why I did my hearing in February of this year, basically advocating for it in Arizona before the joint session of the elections committees, for them to go ahead and pass a resolution that reclaims their electors. And that would be the impetus and motivation for Georgia, maybe, and Wisconsin to do the same, since both of those states also have majority Republican legislatures. And I think that maybe we should relook that, considering what Colorado just did, right? Because we have for the 2024. It's a political question that rests with the legislatures. The way presidents are elected, it's a conversation between the state legislatures and the federal Congress. That's it. It doesn't really get litigated in courts. I know you mentioned about the courts. That's not really where this gets resolved. It gets resolved with political courage that we can apply to these legislatures. I've been arguing this for 3 years, and I'm just saying it again.
So I,
So I guess that's another reason why those local elections are so important.
Yeah, they are. And if you saw what happened to Liz Harris in Arizona, was the one spearheading this effort. What did the Speaker of the House, Ben Toma, immediately do to her? Expelled her for attempting this. And apparently, something that needs to be looked into, the Speaker of the House, Ben Toma, allegedly his brother is the one that owns and runs Runbeck, the paper ballot company in Arizona, right? And then he also has ties with Romania. And when you look at the Biden Criminal Syndicate laptop report by Garrett Ziegler, and you look at the chapter in Romania, I would suspect that the same corrupt scheme that the Bidens were doing in Romania, it's not a big country, there's probably some interactions and overlap in relationships with the Speaker of the House in Arizona, a Republican, with those same Romanians that are allegedly operating within the Biden criminal syndicate. I haven't gone down that rabbit hole yet, but I'm hoping somebody has the bandwidth to do that.
Yeah, I have.
by the way, Ivan, I've had to follow you like 5 fucking times, man. I don't know why it keeps unfollowing you. Like I don't know what the deal is. It's weird.
On which
It,
account? Because the Ivan Rakelin account is not as shadow banned. I think it's pretty clean. But the Rakelin account, the one that Brian Auten, who's the senior intel analyst on the Foreign Influence Task Force at the FBI, still to this day, is the one that put in the hit, I believe, to his buddy over at San Francisco field office, Elvis Chan, to coordinate with his buddy, the former general counsel of the FBI, over at Twitter to suspend, shadow ban, search ban, everything about me.
Old
well,
Jim Baker.
I think it's both accounts because like every time we're on stage together, I see you up here, like right, because I occasionally go over to throw you an emoji or something, and every time it shows that I have to follow you. I wonder how suppressed your account is. It's kind of weird.
Maybe I'll have to knock on Brian's door. He lives a couple miles away from me. Maybe he can do something. I mean, we're up against the illegitimate executive branch. I don't know what else to say, bro.
Just it's one of those glitches that happens every once in a while, right? I've noticed it happening more and more, but it just leads me to be curious, like why it's still happening, because constantly find me unfollowing, and then it speaks to some of the other psyop stuff that we find in the Transition Integrity Project, that we've been finding in the Disarm files, right? That we've been finding all the way around, like how they pull these shenanigans to like keep people divided up. But the work you're doing, Ivan, really incredible. We really appreciate like all your representation, all the travel you're doing to get all this stuff done. It's I've learned a lot from you. It's kind of annoying that like I have to fight so hard to see your posts.
No, I appreciate it, guys. No, hey, I got to roll. Thanks, Millie.
Awesome.
I'll
Thanks,
come on
Ivan.
later. I just have to run right now.
All right. Thank you. Thank you for that insight. Thank you.
Yep, thanks, guys.
All right. So, I mean, I think that all of this, it just really speaks to the corruption that went on here and the amount of planning, coordination, the amount of corrupt politicians and people who went along with this plot to pretty much steal the election from Trump, but under the guise of that, you know, it was being, that Trump was trying to steal it from them. Trump was trying to run a coup. That was their talking point, which now they've kind of shifted into the Trump committed an insurrection. And that's like their main key talking point in this whole thing. When, it's pretty clear, like reading over the document, the count, they were talking about committing an insurrection, storming a Capitol, or, staging protests inside of the Capitol to shut it down to prevent them from meeting. That's what the leftists were talking about doing. But yet somehow, that's what the MAGA people, the Trump supporters, got framed up for doing. And, the amount of psyops, the amount of political ops and narratives that were being pushed in order to kind of put everyone, entrap everyone. I mean, they really entrapped the Trump base, so to speak, by setting up this situation for them to essentially be nudged into doing something that would directly go against their own interests. It's above and beyond. And when you hear the different video calls of these leftist groups talking about taking over the buildings and planning to do these things, it stands out alarmingly that this is clearly what was going on. And that sentence inside the election integrities simulations where they're talking about um having the Trump administration send provocateurs into protest to cause violent unrest and to push for the narrative of an insurrection. That doesn't make any sense because we all know who got framed up for an insurrection. We all know who was framed for an insurrection. It wasn't Biden, it was Trump. So, I mean, I guess, we're kind of going on and on here. I feel like we did a pretty good job today going over the document today. I mean, we've been going on. How long has this
I
space been going?
started 11 my time. It's 3:30, so 4.5 hours is what it looks like.
Right. So this space has been going on for quite a while. I don't know what you
Yep.
guys want to do, but Dante, I see you have your hand up real quick.
Yeah, I know. So a while ago, you were talking about the Molly Ball article. Are you familiar with the new organizing institute, the NOI? Can you hear me?
I'm
Yeah,
sorry. Say
yeah.
that again.
Sorry, not off the top of my head.
What was the question again? I'm sorry. I was reading a DM.
Yeah, no. So the new, you were talking about Molly Ball's article earlier
Yeah.
with AFL-CIO, Mike Podhorzer, that whole lot. Are you familiar with the new organizing institute?
No, I'm not. I'd have to look into it.
Okay, so basically, the CTCL was born in 2015, right? Tiana Epps Johnson, that whole lot. Well, before then, it was actually known as ENOI. Now, if you go back to 2006, 2007, and you look at the board of directors, you can still find it online. One of the advisors they had was Mike Podhorzer, who was the principal at the AFL-CIO. Now, you look at the Molly Ball article, it talks about Mike Podhorzer, 2019, September 2019-ish, he realizes, oh, well, we have to, make this impromptu task force and assemble all these random strangers we've never known. Well, as a point of fact, he was actually very well connected with the predecessor of the CTCL, um, 15 years before, 13 years before, actually. And there was also another guy there named Carlos Odillo. Carlos Odillo, he now runs a independent laboratory down in Florida, but his grandfather was actually Carlos Sikoris, who was the Cuban president who was deposed by Batista, and then he eventually allied with. I'm not going to go to it. He eventually allied with fucking Castro and all this other shit. His dad became mayor down there in Miami. Anyways, that's a whole nother story. But like when we talk about like the TIP, like Rosa Brooks, people like Foley, people like Matthias Reese, who, by the way, Matthias Reese is also a fellow at the Fudan Institute, which is the brainchild of the Belt and Road Initiative. Uh, these people are very sinister, and I've talked about the Berggren Institute before, Nicholas Berggren, Niels Gilman, and that whole lot, and their involvement with SID. So I guess my question I would pose is this more of a result of an sort of ingratiation to the Democrat Party or to the Chinese Communist Party? I guess build from there.
I'd say that this is the democratic element that also has communist elements to it, that's been doing this. But I think if you were to probably go up the line enough, you would probably see intelligence like CIA and DIA and various intelligence agencies, and then that's probably going to be linking up to some of the deep state elements as well. So I think that, for them, it might just be this is all part of the show and how they control the masses, right? To run, red team one, blue team two, and do something of the sort. And not in the essence that, like, I'm not saying that Trump would know or that any of us would know, but they are so sophisticated at their psyops and their nudging. I mean, they can pretty much map out what our response will be. So if we're always in the responding mindset, if we're always just responding rather than actually just going out there being proactive and taking actions that aren't response, then we are being controlled in a way because they're able to psyop us, they're able to get us to move. And that could even be somebody who's a politician, or they can do that with people in general. And I think that we, even in these social media spheres, like these various social media platforms where we have these curated feeds, we're all just paying attention to what they want us to pay attention at that point in time. So because of that, we're just able, we're just responding. We're responding. Like, oh, did you hear about this? We're all going to respond. Did you hear about that? We're all going to respond. They have their media asset operative journalists in these left wing media, writing these articles that we're then all responding to, right? So they just keep on, pulling everyone's strings and psyoping us, and we're all just responding rather than being proactive and actually going out and covering things. And I think so many people on social media have gotten into the habit of covering what's in the news cycle, right? Like, people just cover what's trending, they cover what's in the news. Well, that's because they don't want you to cover what they're not allowing to trend. They don't want you to cover what they're not allowing to trend. Okay. So you got to go out and actually find other things, uncover rocks, do some digging in your local governments, do some digging in the communities, into these organizations, these NGOs, these left wing groups. Like, this is where they don't want us to look. They don't want us to look at the man behind the curtain. That's for sure. They want us to just keep responding to their psyops, because if they keep us in that domain, they can keep they can play us like little puppets and marionettes in this great big show that they're putting on.
Right, exactly. And so down in the chat, I actually put some screenshots, and I'm not going to go in deep into this because we've covered the disarm files. There's going to be more reporting coming out soon from WC Dispatch, everything else. But the disarm framework was actually built out. And I have the screenshots from how they executed a lot of these psychological operations via, social media. And if you look, so this is actually an actual screenshot from the disarm sticks attack pattern section. And it says the name of this specific action is called co-opt trusted sources. And the description is, quote, an influence operation may co-opt trusted sources by infiltrating or repurposing a source to reach a target audience through existing, previously reliable networks. Co-opted trusted sources may include national or local news outlets, research or academic publication, online blogs, websites. Now, you can go through all these screenshots that we've got here, but basically what Millie's talking about is correct. This is a reason why, Millie, myself, Jen, Savvy doesn't. This is why we have done what we've done as far as what we're doing with X Spaces. Rarely do you see me ever host a space on reacting to the news, unless it's something that's absolutely connected with other investigations that we've done or things that we've tied together. And the reason is because I don't want to play ball. I do not want to play ball, and I don't want to sit there and always have to react to everything. And these groups are being these private groups are being broken apart by these infiltrators, these sock account, bot accounts, things like that. And if we're constantly just like arguing what's on, mainstream news, if we're constantly reacting to dumbass pieces from Ben Collins and Brandy Zandrosny, then we're never actually going to get to the truth and actually be able to discuss. That's why I said that this is why we do these spaces specifically with the receipts, and create the news, not react to the news. And that is going to be the most important thing moving forward, and then doing it on X Spaces, you have to get to use your voice. So you don't get to get taken out of context unless they manipulate it, which that's provable. And people know exactly what you're saying, and so you make it digestible and easy to understand. There's no real gray area with a lot of this stuff. There's questions sometimes, sure, but there's not a lot of gray area with it. And then that's when it becomes really dangerous, right? While everybody's talking about how Tucker Carlson is leaving Fox News, no one's talking about the fact that Ray Epps' attorney was Michael Teeter, that's suing Fox News. That is news. That is something they do not want you talking about, because how could a executive director of the 65
Or
Project,
or
hang
or
on, how could the
also,
no,
yeah, go ahead.
the executive director of the 65 Project, who um, under David Brock, weaponized lawfare and the bar associations of given states to go after attorneys that were representing anyone with challenges to the elections, including Jenna Ellis and many others. And so, if we're not if we're talking about what they want to talk about, that they are using to propagandize the American people through the legacy media, then we're not getting anywhere. We're not getting anything done. And plans like this, stuff like this, gets to get pulled off completely, and everyone's none the wiser, because they are forcing a perception of the American people to go along with their absolute grift. Now, to answer the final question, the question that you asked, Jack Posobiec used to talk about this a lot because he spent a lot of time in China. And he says a lot of our elected officials would much prefer that system over there. And certainly many of them are corrupted as well with money and everything else. But a lot of them would prefer that kind of system of governance versus a republic. And freedom is dangerous. And we know this for a fact because we've heard the rhetoric, we've seen it. So the other people in the world that are pulling the strings are like Larry Fink and BlackRock, which I have a thread put together on BlackRock where, in Larry Fink's own words, the CEO of BlackRock, a mutual fund company, he says, markets don't like democracies. Markets like totalitarian governments when you can predict what's going to happen, because democracies are very messy, as we know in the United States. And then they talk about forcing behaviors. They all want this. For the people in power, they all want this because it's a much easier system of governance, and they can far more enrich themselves because there's no accountability from the public. I guess that's an answer to the question, I believe.
Yeah, no, and I was just going to point out that the same lawsuit which forced Tucker out, the law clerk for the judge for I forget his name. Anyways, the judge for the Dominion case, the law clerk was the daughter of Joe Biden's power of attorney. Yeah, nobody fucking talks about that, right? God forbid we actually have that discussion. And dude, I totally agree with you, like about the whole elite capture thing and where we're at right now with that. Um, I think it's very insidious. I think we need to get the start at the Confucius Institutes and work our way out from there. From Tsinghua, as a matter of fact, one of the guys who was responsible for the Transition Integrity Project, like I said, was from Fudan Institute, which is the brainchild of the Belt and Road Initiative. Another one is associated with the Peking University Foundation, which is where they actually established the Confucius Institutes. And these are the people who Nicholas Bergwijn and Niels Gilman and Rosa Brooks, who, by the way, was responsible for Obama's drone project. Oh, and by the way, she also signed a bullshit letter advocating for the absolution of Eric Cianamella in 2019, who was one of the ones who said, "Oh, Trump's going after Joe Biden by demanding Zelensky investigate it." Yeah, she was actually one of the architects of that fucking letter. Anyways, it's minutia, context relative. But yeah, dude, like I totally agree with you, Trash. Like, I mean, with this, I would also implore people to begin to look at things like the New Organizing Institute. These people have basically been on it for like 20 years. In the Belfer Institute, Eric Rosenbach, fucking Robbie Mook, the D3P project, the Defending Digital Democracy, and that how that relates to CrowdStrike and all that, man. Dude, I'm right there with you, man. People need to start having these conversations and not letting the media dictate, what the narrative is. So. I'll land it there.
Yeah, I mean, 100%. And Millie and Jen, yeah, we have been going for 4.5 hours. We can probably close it down pretty soon. But, one of the things I noticed here, probably get some final thoughts from everybody, but I didn't get to talk a lot about this document because I literally had a lunch, like, and a 3 hour gap basically forced on me. I didn't even know it was coming. I wouldn't have held this space otherwise. So I really, really appreciate you guys holding it down and doing that. And, one of the things that I find really interesting is on page 7. And yeah, so check this out. So I'm going to read this again. I really think this is important to notice. During the exercises, Team Biden and the Democrat elected officials took the following steps. Number one, organizing 1,000 influencers to denounce efforts to steal the election. Number two, organizing all living presidents to stand with Biden and denounce Trump administration efforts to subvert the democratic process. Number three, recruiting moderate Republican governors such as Baker and Hogan. I think Millie was reading this, to form an election protection coalition. Number four, working with local Democratic elected officials to call on the adjutant general of the National Guard, along with representatives from the technology sector, to monitor vote counting. Number five, organizing a bipartisan, quote, National Day for Restoration of Democracy and a National Day of Unity, both including faith leaders. And lastly, attempting a capital strike and work stoppage as part of an overall effort to push corporate leaders to insist that all ballots to be counted. This goes along with what you saw in the document, The Count, where they were detailing the different dates. And, we have to push all these people and set the perception that Donald Trump is subverting the democratic process. Therefore, we're going to go against all standards and law that we use to conduct our elections. And that includes maybe going all the way up to January 20th before we count all the ballots. And so this whole scenario was absolutely expertly deployed. Highly encourage you guys to go read Millie's tweet regarding the count. If you would like to listen to a space, because I think we did that document real justice in that space, but it was about 6 hours. So go back. It's on my highlights tab. You can listen to it. I think that we did some of our best work there. I always say that, and then we always up ourselves in the next space. Self praise stinks, I know, but we've been doing a lot of hard work, and it's been really good stuff. So again, I just wanted to thank everybody for being here. There's more to come. We have so much more to go through, and Millie's going to get out there. I'm going to get out there, and we're going to keep having these spaces. This is not going to stop. We are not going to shut up about the count. We're not going to shut up about the TIP. We are not going to shut up about what's seeming to be, from looking at these documents, looking how these affinity groups are set up, how they're horizontally connected with each other, how they have trainings to actually subvert the systems and our agencies from within by recruiting people and recruiting people to stand in solidarity and basically create, I mean, for lack of better terms, a communist takeover of this country. And so it's obvious that's what the global elite want. They want some form of global corporatist communism. And so they are 100% using these tools, these groups, these people, and the serious amount of money and weight. Now, the weight of the government, specifically with who's in charge now, to accomplish those goals. So we have to keep talking. We have to keep fighting. I don't know, Millie, if you had any final thoughts, Jennifer, Carolina, Dustin, our speakers, before we close this down. But I cannot thank you guys enough for holding it down, especially since I couldn't contribute much earlier. Sorry about that.
Yeah, I think that, it's really key to just kind of remind everyone, like, and even what Trash was saying, there's going to be more of these spaces to come. There's a lot. There are so many documents, so many things that we can reveal and go over. And I think the most important thing is just to kind of educate everyone and let them know about exactly how these groups are operating and how they are plotting to pretty much push their progressive agenda to forever change America as it stands. Okay. So it's not just only about the election. Like, yes, we've covered a lot so far on the election and how they pre-planned and ran scenarios and predicted what Trump was going to do and moved accordingly and planned to basically send protesters to disrupt the Capitol on January 6th. But there's a lot of other information as well. So we're going to kind of look through the files and the documents again and just figure out the next doc that is going to dovetail this, because it's hard to choose. I mean, there's so many good ones that I'd love to just jump into right now, but I don't know if it's going to dovetail and just kind of send us down a totally different, topic. But yeah, so there's going to be more spaces. Everyone, if you're not yet following Trash and Jen, do so. Make sure you guys are following me as well, because I'm going to be tweeting stuff out, and giving you guys updates as well, and sharing more documents to come. And please be sharing these documents with your friends, letting them know, like, this group of people conspired to subvert President Trump, and this was even before the election. So yeah, I hope that today's space was informative, and the goal in this, I think, is not only for us to learn the truth about what happened pertaining to January 6th and the 2020 election, but to learn so that we can move forward and go into 2024 with better heads on our shoulders, with a more informed American public that will not be so easily duped into psyops and duped into playing a role in the Democrats' narratives when they try to run their future simulations and try to map out how we're going to respond to them. We need to be on the offense, not the defense. We need to be making moves based on what we know we should be doing, not based on response and responding to them, because that's when they have us under their control, essentially, is if we're just always responding. And if you'll notice, I think that's why they poke, provoke, attack so much, is because that's how they get us to be in a constant state of response, responding. Think of it. If you were to try to map out, if me and you were standing in a room alone with nothing else, and you were trying to map out and predict what my next move was going to be, right? I could do anything. I could do jumping jacks. I could do cartwheels. I could lay down. I could sit. I could do anything, right? But you wanted to be able to accurately predict my next move. What would you do? Would you stand there and do nothing? Or let's say this, you decided, okay, I'm going to make a move to make her respond, and then I'm going to be able to accurately predict her response. I'm going to have I'm going to have a better accurate prediction. So we don't know. Millie can do anything. There's a million probabilities when she's standing there. But if I decide to hit Millie, right? Hit me, right? If somebody decides to hit me, they actually have narrowed down my likely next move, right? So Millie could either hit back, Millie could either dodge it, Millie could, you're right. So suddenly I've become on the response, and they can predict me, right? Or it could be they just decide, oh, I'm going to give her food, right? So then they can predict, is Millie going to eat the food? Is she not going to eat the food? Is she going to eat all the food, some of the food, right? So then suddenly it becomes, I'm easier to predict because I'm constantly responding to what they're doing. Versus if I choose to not respond, if they say, oh, I'm going to give her food, and instead I do a cartwheel, they're like, what the hell? I can't predict this chick. It's harder, right? So that's kind of what I'm getting at here with my analogy, is that we need to just be making moves based on what we think we need to do, and not be on the constant response to their activities, their actions, and their articles.
No, I mean that is a massive point that I don't think that we've ever articulated, because we just intrinsically knew it with all the stuff that we cover, right, Millie? Like, that's the whole point of covering the censorship. That's the whole point of us covering disarm files, CTI leak files. That's the whole point of us covering all this stuff. It's because intrinsically we know you had to set the playing field. You cannot go to the opposing person's playing field anymore. We have to set the narrative. We cannot react to the narrative. I mean, and again, I get a lot of flack from a lot of people for blocking people and not unblocking or whatever. The reason I do it is because it's a really simple calculus. Is there any value that I'm getting out of this? And if it's not giving me value, what's it making me do? And if it's forcing me to react or to respond in some kind of way, I'm out, because I know a lot of these influence operations. We see it. This is not tinfoil hat stuff. You guys, we have proof and you guys know me. I only speak from receipts. I do not speak from like, well, maybe this or maybe that. Like that serves no purpose, and it gets us nowhere. And typically that kind of stuff really puts you on the wrong path, and then you can't ever see the truth. And then influence operations come in and completely screw it up. So Very, very, very well said. And then one more thing I wanted to add, Millie. That's what I was going to say. Go to millennialmillie.com. Go check out Shadowgate as well. But what they do with data and how they're able to accurately predict using AI modeling with your metadata and all your data out there, it even lessens the choices of what you would do in that room by yourself, because they know more about you than you might even know about yourself. And when you use that in conjunction with censorship and influence ops and going on the offense like they did with like the disarm stuff and the CTI leak files, they know specifically how to target you to get the reaction that you want. It, instead of going on a mass scale, it becomes individualized really quickly, specifically if you're influential. And that is a big, big piece. So people just need to remember that stuff. Why am I reacting to this? I ask
And I
myself.
think that might have been part of the ticket to the success in 2016 for the Trump campaign, as well as the people who were, in that original conservative grassroots movement, which I was in that. So I remember all that very vividly, you know, basically trying to go out there and show what the mainstream media wasn't showing. But what I remember about that time period was people were on they were on the offense. Everyone was on the attack. They were on the offense. They were exposing Hillary, exposing the corruption, exposing the Epstein stuff, exposing, like, it was all about exposing and being on the offense and just going and doing what you felt you should do. And then after Trump was in office, the Democrats just constantly were, because they were constantly attacking him, because so many people loved Trump, the knee jerk was to respond, either respond to his defense or respond to, the movement's defense, or, it was like this knee jerk response where everyone got in this pattern of just like responding to their nonstop attacks of Trump and of conservatism. So we kind of got to get out of the mindset of just respond, 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 respond. We actually need to be on the offense, and we need to be making moves and just randomly doing things that they don't see coming, so they can't run it through their little simulations in their exercises where they want to predict out and map out what we're doing. And I think that might, and that's why I've spoken so much on data and analytics and privacy and data privacy, is because the less they have as far as like data and AI and behavioral models on all of us and all of you, the less they have to work with, right? The less they have to be able to predictively model us out and behaviorally model us out and know exactly what we're going to do. And believe me, they have very skilled advanced election analytics as well. And that all plays into this. They have very skilled election analytics to where they can predict down to specific counties which exact counties are going to be the ones that, they need to move votes for to a certain level or degree in order to win, right? So not only do they have a really good picture on that, but they have the ability to do simulations and map out all of us, how we respond to things like a pandemic, how we respond to things like the 2020 election, But it's the main thing is, this is the problem with everyone being so lenient on data privacy, is they're literally learning about us, and nobody else thinks it's kind of creepy or weird that even the platform we're talking on right now has Grok. It's got AI built into it. I mean, we're all moving towards this time period of AI, predictive analytics, you know, and it's only going to get worse from here if we don't figure out a way to become unpredictable and to figure out a way to protect our own privacy. That's probably one of the main factors, I think, in us being able to be successful, is we can't be predictable. We have to protect our privacy, because they can just run these scenarios and these simulations, and they can map us out and know exactly how we're going to behave, and they can try to push us and nudge us into behaving a certain way that benefits them. And the people as a whole on social media are so easily molded by what they see on these platforms. I mean, people fall into psyops and traps all the time. And so we have to actually start to figure out like better ways to inform each other of psyops, right? And I'm not talking about, like, let's call out misinformation. No, I'm saying, like, we need to be careful about like recognizing psyops for what they are, because it becomes clear in that document that that's exactly like public perception plays a huge role in their ability to control us and control the narrative. And so they're always looking to figure out a way to nudge public perception. And they have their own little influencer assets. They have their own little, operatives and people that they inject into these things. So we should always be questioning things. We should be looking for actual evidence. Like, notice when we're going over these spaces today, we let you know when what we're saying is opinion, right? Because it's okay to have opinion, but we let you know this is our opinion. We're not saying, believe me about these facts because you should just trust me. We're saying, here's my opinion on actual evidence that we just laid out before you, right? And we actually show you the evidence. Like, we read over line by line documents. I've taken pictures and posted these documents, and I've posted the metadata on the documents so you can even see the timestamp of the documents. Okay, so we're actually bringing receipts to the table. We're bringing real evidence, real things to work off. We're able to look up all these people, Google search them, look at their backgrounds, dig into these organizations, dig into all this stuff. There's an entire digital footprint of all of this. I guess that's the good thing about the internet, right? But we're actually bringing receipts to the table when we're talking about and having discussions, and then we're basing our opinions and our analysis off of the receipts and the information that we're actually presenting to you, so that you can then make your own you can make your own educated opinions on what you think the situation is, right? And that could, we're hoping that we inspire the investigators, the diggers, the truthers, the internet sleuths to go on their own investigative hunts, and to actually go find a real information that they can fact check and verify, and basically look at these documents I found, look at this organization, look at their own sites, because a lot of times they put this stuff out in the open, right? So we just hope that we really want to kind of set the precedent with these spaces and with the people, that we actually have to demand a bit of accountability on basing opinion off of real information and receipts, if that makes sense. And we need to make sure when we see people out there on social media and they're just like, this is my opinion, I just know these things just because, and they haven't actually ever presented any real material, then you should question it, because you don't know how many of these people are operatives. I mean, my goodness, we just read in the Transition Integrity Project simulations exercises about how, they're talking about operatives being used in social media to push narratives, to foment civil unrest, and to encourage violence. And I mean, just the other day, there was a space we were in with, Justin, and someone literally just came up there to start Fed posting and calling people to overthrow, or to forcefully put Trump on the in the White House by force. And I'm thinking, like, okay, well, yeah, that's not actually bringing real information or evidence or receipts. That's just calling for things that shouldn't. That's calling for things that would actually fit a political narrative. If they're trying to create public perception that Trump committed an insurrection, how perfect if all of a sudden you have a bunch of Trump supporters calling to forcefully, by force put Biden, or sorry, by force put Trump in, right? So we have to be careful about falling for psyops. And so I think that's kind of like a big takeaway when we're seeing them mapping out scenarios and kind of playing us all. And that's like kind of the biggest thing when I read over this. I don't know about you, Aaron, but when I was reading this, I'm like, man, we just all walked in to their plans, right? Like, everyone just kind of walked into what these people mapped out, just so predictable. And we shouldn't be that predictable. And we shouldn't be that easy to psyop, right? Because that's a dangerous thing, because then you get everyone running off a cliff like lemmings in that instance, right? Like, if you just psyop them the right way, everyone's just going to run off a cliff like lemmings, and we can't be doing that either. So we have to be careful.
We really do. The days of trust me, bro, is over. So I don't play that game. I'm not interested. And even if it's somebody whom I would say that I could say, okay, you know what, they put out some good stuff. I still ask the questions. I'm like, all right, well, let me see the receipts, and I'll listen to your opinion when I'm done. But let me see the receipts first, and then let me formulate my opinion, and then let you tell me your opinion. And this has been a practice that it's become second nature at this point. But we got to start doing this, guys, because like the day gone are the days where we could just use general discernment without much education or information are gone, because it's all been weaponized against us. Yeah, Tiffany just texted me, said the 24-hour rule. Yeah, matter of fact, I'm even doing a 48-hour rule sometimes. And typically, as I'm usually fairly accurate when I'm like, yeah, I need to give that one 48 hours because that doesn't make sense. And sure enough, the lies already made it around the world before the truth is told. And so just gotta be mindful of that stuff. And it's hard. It is so hard to be head on a swivel, diligent about everything all the time, especially game. It's going to be a large space that Diligent's going to have. Diligent, I'll be there as well to join the panel if you want. So I'll be there to participate. I'm probably going to take a couple hours break here because we're marathoning it again, Millie. Remember we said we weren't going to do this, but here we are. So
Well, it's kind of
um,
hard not to when, we've got these powerful documents and,
I know,
it's hard not to.
we have this.
Hey,
We have a
Trash,
responsibility.
dude, I sent you some more. Like, sorry to inundate you, bro, but sorry,
Yeah,
man.
yeah, it's okay. I appreciate it. So I think I've given my final thoughts. Sounds like Millie has as well. Does anybody else want to give just a quick final thought? And if you guys want to go join that space, it's up in the nest. It's the furthest to the left. Dustin Stockton is hosting. And then I'm imagining that will transition into the very large space that will be occurring tonight with the guests. And I will be there as well. So any final thoughts from the people left on the panel here before we shut it down?
Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas indeed. Oh, if you guys are just joining for whatever reason, if you want to know what the heck we're talking about, you can go to my timeline, but go to Millie's timeline. All the documents that we've been reviewing, she has put together in threads and tweets. You can access those documents. We gave links to everything for you to be able to download these documents yourself. Don't take our word for it. Don't take our opinion for it. Matter of fact, I don't want you to until you've read them yourself and you can formulate your own opinion. If you want to tweet at me after you've done that and you have a question or something to say, great. I'd like to see it. I'd like to hear it.
And if
Also,
you guys don't want to actually sit down and have to read a 20-page document or a 40-page document, and you prefer the format of listening, obviously you can, if you came into this space late, you can start this space over, and we read through the entire document line by line. So it actually is kind of like an audiobook with live commentary. And then we also we did that. There's a space on my timeline you guys could find as well. I'll retweet it so you can find it. That we did not yesterday, but the day before, and we read through the document, The Count, which is just completely just mind blowing. I mean, that document is really big. It's them talking about basically giving the message to their ground troops about. They mentioned literally like taking over the staging protests in the Capitol to shut down the meetings, just like just like what happened on J6. So yeah, if you want to listen to that document, we live read that one as well with our own analysis and commentary as well. So enjoy, and I hope everyone's having a happy holiday.
yes, and also Millie, if you guys, for the people that don't know or are just now following me, if you go to my profile, there's some tabs at the top. It'll say replies, highlights, media, likes. If you go to highlights, you will find that space. It's called New Docs Drop: Who Framed Donald Trump? The Count. It's in there. This space will also be in my highlights tab. I also reviewed the Hunter Biden FOIA dump on the David Weiss case with the Heritage Foundation Oversight Project in the space, and Mike Howell giving us analysis on what they're doing at Heritage. There is Weaponization Committee Twitter files hearing, the CTIL PSYOPs. Matter of fact, if you want to know what the hell I'm talking about with the CTI League files, the psychological operations that the government was paying for, the CTI League files space and Matt Taibbi actually did come in and give us some additional analysis on what they're working on. They're just getting started. All of those documents came from whistleblower inside the CTI League group, which is littered with people from CISA, NSA, CIA, and there's all these screenshots. Everything was leaked from them, so we had a space on that. Matt Taibbi did come in. If you want to know what the hell I'm talking about with Michael Teeter and Media Matters or Norm Eisen, there's a space in there for that. Sabby and I's Heritage Foundation Project 2025 Transition Project. We have, look, there's all kinds of spaces in there if you want to go listen, and including the one that we did a couple days ago. This one will also be in there. So that's my final, and Merry Christmas, everyone. Anybody else left on the panel would like to give a final thought? I'll kick it back to Millie if she wants to say something finally, and then we'll close it out.
I think I'm good. I hope everyone has a happy holiday, and we'll see you in more spaces in the future. We'll see. I'm tired, obviously. I did a lot of reading, okay? I'm tired. All right. So everyone, go have a good holiday or go jump in on these other spaces. Who is it? Did you say Dustin was doing a space, or are you doing a space?
Yep. Dustin is hosting the space. It's the second one from the left. It is a pregame to diligence space tonight, which is going to be huge. A lot of good guests, year in review. It's going to be a lot of fun. As I've spent over a year on spaces, so there's going to be a lot to talk about.
Awesome. All right, everyone. Have a good night.
All right. Thanks, guys.